hear you?
Yeah, of course, happy to. Can
Thank
you hear
you.
me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. So we're just going to officially open
Looks like I can share, so that's good.
Okay, so we're going to officially open the council meeting here in about 30 seconds, and then the deputy mayor will call for your presentation, okay? Okay, we're good to go. Deputy mayor.
Okay, everyone, we'll call the meeting to order. My watch, according to my watch, 8:58. I just gotta do this. So the committee of the whole meeting for Wednesday, February 8th, 2023. Calling it to order. Public information notices as required under notice bylaw number 160-2022. The public is advised of council's intention to adopt the following at its February 15th, 2023 meeting. Number one, adopt the 2023 5-year municipal capital budget. Secondly, declare city-owned lands known as a portion of Superior Street as surplus to the requirements of the municipality and authorize sale. And now I'll call for the land and blessing and land acknowledgement, and I'd ask Councillor Koch to do that, please.
As we gather, we recognize that we are on Treaty 3 lands which are steeped in rich Indigenous history and home to many First Nations and Métis people today. We continue to be thankful for the partnerships with Indigenous people. We give thanks for the many blessings we enjoy in the city of Kenora. We seek wisdom in our minds, clearness in our thinking, truth in our speaking, and always love in our hearts so that we may try always to unite the citizens of Kenora. Let these principles guide us in our decision making.
Thanks, Councillor Koch. Carrying on the agenda, item B, declaration of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. On today's agenda or from a meeting at which a member was not in attendance. Do we have anyone? So, Councillor Van Bellingham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wish to declare pecuniary interest, a direct pecuniary interest as it relates to agenda item number, I forget, I will get back to you about that, regarding the declare city-owned lands known as portion of Superior Street as surplus to requirements of the municipality and authorize sale. My pecuniary interest is direct and relates to myself and as it relates to my employer.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. And item C, confirmation of previous committee minutes, and I have a motion for that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Resolution number one, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Chase, that the minutes from the last regular committee of the whole meeting held January 11th, 2023, and the special committee of the whole meeting held January 26th, 2023, be confirmed as written and filed.
Great, thank you. And we have call for a vote for that, please. All in favor? Passed. Item D, we'll start with deputations. We'll move right into our first deputation. I see Felix Munger is up on the screen, and Felix is going to do a deputation for us on well, it's community safety and well-being, but it's noted here as the Crime Prevention Network presentation. So if we're all good to go, and Felix has audio and all systems go, the floor is yours, Felix.
Thank you. I think all systems go, except I lost the visual. So give me 1 second. For some reason,
We can see it.
I no longer see whom I'm talking to. Well, can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see the presentation.
You can see the presentation.
Yes.
All right. It's about the most important piece, I would think. So, no, let's not write anymore. I am sorry. I don't know what happens. But it still happens. Okay. Welcome, everyone. It's a real pleasure to address you today. Welcome all councillors, of course, mayor and staff, and the city of Kenora. Coming to you from the traditional territories of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Neutrals people of Canada, also known as the Waterloo region. My name is Felix Munger, as Councillor Bernie pointed out, and I'm going to be here to do a presentation. I'm going to try to keep it to about, now let me know if that's no longer okay, to about 30 minutes, and then hopefully we can have some conversations. I can answer some questions. So let me get started with the presentation by just very quickly tell you a little bit about the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention, which is also soon going to be known as the Canadian Centre for Safer Communities. We are a membership-based, not-for-profit organization that serves as a community of practice focused on helping communities prevent crime, increase community safety, and reduce violence. So to accomplish this, CMNCP promotes a community-led, multi-sectoral approach that includes a full range of preventive activities in key areas such as education, health and social services, child welfare, housing, and Indigenous organizations, to name just a few. Importantly, prevention and community safety is understood not only as a police responsibility, but as a collective responsibility involving cross-sector partners. And a lot of the things that I just mentioned right now, I'm going to be expanding a little bit more on. I should probably mention that we are very happy and that Kenora has been a member of the Canadian Municipal Network for quite a while now, and I've had an opportunity to come and visit, do some presentations, and actually help with some planning in the past, myself and colleagues. So a little bit familiarity with Kenora. So we provide a lot of training on crime prevention and community safety, including a very specific training on crime prevention in the rural context. We offer webinars on topics such as climate change and community safety, or social challenges and social inclusion. We publish a lot of documents, or often publish documents, to summarize knowledge and research findings in community safety for practical use. And sometimes we work very closely with communities on a project basis to help them develop plans for the safety and well-being of their communities. Regina is one example that I will pick up later on. So, let me get started. Considerations. Yeah, I have 2 slides on considerations. Am I good? Can you hear me? I can't see anyone, so if somebody could just
yeah, you're
tell
fine.
me quickly.
We hear you good.
Yeah, we can hear you
the
and see
slide.
the screen.
Okay, wonderful. I don't see anyone, so I can't see any reactions. Sometimes you know how this is when sound goes down and everyone's just looking around. But anyway, so key safety issues in Canada. What are we seeing? What are we hearing from the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention? We, at this point, represent over 100 communities across Canada, and about 50% of the Canadian population. Well, we hear what's considered key safety issues in Canada. We hear a lot of conversations about substance use and drug poisoning, also known as drug overdoses, mental illness, challenges with homelessness and people that are houseless. We hear increasingly rumblings about an increase, or a sense of increase, in domestic and interpersonal violence. There, of course, is an increased conversation about gang and gun violence, and there seems to be that the crime index is actually rising across the country. And so, as a quick note, if you thought Kenora was different or worse, or I know it's special, but different or worse when it comes to safety, you're not alone. There's a lot of communities that are struggling with very similar issues. A couple of other things to consider. Much of this will probably not be really that much of a surprise. 60 to 80%, that's according to Stats Canada, of all calls to police have nothing to do with crime. Police are often not trained, so not trained in the areas that are not related to crime. Of course, they're trained, but we're talking here about dealing with people with addiction and challenges, people with experiencing mental health crisis, and people experiencing homelessness. Then there is a revolving door effect in the justice system or in the legal system. People, for example, using drugs get charged, but often quickly released again, or even if it has to do with minor crimes. And so hence then, of course, the quote from Police Chief of Edmonton, who is in this space of community safety and well-being and the hubs and the situation tables quite well known. He's the one that brought the situation table, what we know in Ontario as situation tables, from Glasgow and to Canada, first to Prince Albert, and then to across the country, including Kenora and other Ontario locations. So, this idea that we cannot arrest our way out of these problems, we need to get to the sources and address the root causes. He's not the only one that's saying this. I think most police chiefs are saying this. So these realities and challenges have been starting to force many communities and people that work in this area to rethink how we approach community safety and well-being more generally. And so this is where the concept of community safety and well-being essentially comes in. Now, I can't see anyone, so that's not going to work really well. So normally we ask people how many are familiar. And now, of course, Kenora had historically, this would be unfair of me not to mention this, historically it's been really important in the Ontario context, because when the Ontario government developed the new framework, the community safety, first it was called the crime prevention and then became the community safety and well-being framework. Kenora was one of the early communities that picked that up and was one of the pilot sites. But let's use Regina, Saskatchewan as an example. So this is the community safety and well-being plan. We were very closely involved with working with the city of Regina to create their plan. So what's the realities in Regina? You're probably going to think, ooh, this sounds like us to some degree. So there were an increased security challenges downtown, or safety challenges downtown. Homelessness, there was an increasing number of people experiencing homelessness. They saw a 300% increase in overdose deaths between 2019 and 2020. 20% increase in domestic violence. Homicide rate was 5.67 per 100,000. That's quite a bit higher than the 1.57 across Canada. And overall crime rate of also quite a bit higher than in Canada. And Regina on the crime severity index makes it to number 5. So these are the challenges. These are the safety challenges that we found when we started working with them. And here's kind of this new approach that shows that, because instead of focusing on increasing enforcement and punishment, the Regina City Council decided to create a community safety and well-being plan. And so at the end of the process, and like I said, we worked very closely with them and the steering committee that had the director of education and had senior leaders in police and senior leaders in healthcare in there. But so at the end of the process, the steering committee in Regina decided to focus on the following priorities. It's a little bit hard, you probably can't see it, but I'll tell you what they are. So they focused on food insecurity, drug use, racism and discrimination, the service delivery system, domestic violence and intimate partner violence, and then safety in general. It's important to note that the Regina Police Services already has a strategic, or had at that point, a strategic plan that is very focused on crime and the reduction of crime. So to avoid creating yet another crime-related plan, this community safety and well-being plan focuses then on general safety, which focuses on limited risks such as abandoned houses, vandalism, unclean street, and lack of lighting, for example. Incidentally, by the way, this was the first community to identify racism as a key safety issue. And so it probably may come as a bit of a surprise to you that only a small part of the plan's focus is actually on safety. So why so little focus on safety? Many of the safety issues in Regina, when you think about this, center on social issues that are root causes and risk factors. These are factors that are most often the cause of criminal behavior and/or criminalization. So it should be noted, of course, that not all children who experience these root causes or risk factors are going to be in conflict with the law. Just as conversely, children who grow up in middle-class and upper-class families surrounded by strong parental figures and with good education opportunities can still get into trouble with the law. But more than 50 years of research clearly shows that experiencing these root causes and risk factors, the likelihood that a child will eventually get in conflict with the law. By the way, for more information on a lot of the things that I'm covering here, we created a handout that I have sent, and I have asked the city to consider sharing this with you. So here is now an illustration of how experiencing violence, for example, in the home increases the likelihood of becoming a violent offender in adulthood. Another example is that research suggests that children whose parents were or are in prison are much more likely to end up in prison. Some studies from the United Kingdom suggest that it's 7 out of 10. And I think it's important to kind of, for me, this is always where I try to ground my work and ground my understanding of what we're dealing with, is that, of course, we can look at the adult in this picture who is someone who's perpetrating violence and is harming a child. But in this case, and the idea of this is, of course, this child who is being harmed is, no, this is not a choice. These are situational factors. And this child, in this case, ends up being the person harming a child or someone else in the future. So same goes with having an experience in one's home where a parent is, or the dad is in prison. So in the normal course of events, violence and crime are not problems that develop from one day to the next, of course. Therefore, according to Professor Irvin Waller, his quote, "The children arrested most often have more negative life experience than those not arrested. The most impactful negative life experience that correlate with later delinquency are identified are now very well known." And so, if we agree with the evidence, then a logical, efficient, and less costly approach to addressing safety challenges is to focus more on these root causes and risk factors. That, by the way, doesn't mean abandoning policing or upholding the law, but recognizing the limits of upholding the law and law enforcement and taking action at a different place. And this is, of course, then where the concept of community safety and well-being comes into play. Here's a definition, what it actually means. When municipalities focus on community safety and well-being, it's identified as this ideal state of a community of where everyone is safe, has a sense of belonging, opportunities to participate, and where individuals and families are able to meet their needs for education, healthcare, food, housing, income, and social and cultural expressions. Because, as I said, these are risk factors and root causes. So then, of course, the logic is, the way we see it, is that achieving community safety and well-being requires the communities to address the foundational systems and relationships in society that play a critical role in shaping our environment and experience of well-being. This requires then long-term collaborative efforts to address the social determinants of health along with more urgent issues. Over the last several years, more and more communities have also started to use the term upstream. And this is the idea of moving more upstream. And it really fits then with this idea, what we're seeing across the country. So what's happening now is we have across the country, and it started in Ontario, and to be clear, Kenora was one of the first ones to adopt this idea and start working on it. So we've seen a tendency for this idea of crime prevention, where of course, and I work in an organization that has the name crime prevention in it, and the joke is always, people will ask me, the first thing they ask me when they hear that I work for the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention, they say, "You don't look like a police officer." Because people, when they hear crime prevention, there's a tendency to focus on police, bylaw, and the criminal legal system. And so moving into this idea of community safety and well-being, where the social determinants of crime and violence come to play, and where safety is then being seen as a broader concept. A couple of thoughts of examples, intersection of where kind of the social challenges and safety intersect. So here, homeless encampments. So two photos, these are probably quite familiar. To you, this is an enforcement approach to try to deal with people who are experiencing homelessness or unhoused or underhoused and live in particular areas. And so this is an enforcement approach, and as you probably know from experience, it's a little bit like playing whack-a-mole, because as long as people don't have a place to go, they will have to go somewhere else. And often It's not their choice, it's just the realities. So another way of then responding to this kind of to homelessness is what the City of Brantford, in partnership with Brantford Police and Community Services and a community health center, have done in downtown Brantford and the downtown Brantford business improvement area. They implemented a program to support vulnerable persons in the city's downtown core. There's lots of research that's coming out of Brantford and the Wilfrid Laurier University to show that this works really, really well. What also increasingly communities are doing is using peers and hiring peers to help in the downtown core to help people navigate and navigate the downtown and finding services and really just connecting them. A second example we'd like to share with regards to the importance of evidence-based approaches, is problematic substance use. Let's say you're in charge of identifying a program, and one of the things we hear is quite often that the Drug Abuse Resistance Education. This is a students from kindergarten to grade 12, and it's a police program where police come and talk to children. And just one thing to think about, actually, when it comes to there, is that there are no research studies that actually suggest that it has an impact. It doesn't have the impact it's intended to have. I want to make that clear. So what essentially the research shows is that children who have gone through this program are not less likely to abuse drugs. Nevertheless, there are some arguments that are being made that it creates a relationship between children and police, which can be seen as an important thing as well. But here is another response. So an example of an evidence-based program to help prevent problematic substance use. It's called Life Skills Training, which is a school-based prevention program that targets early drug and alcohol use by adolescents. There's like over 30 scientific studies which all have shown very, very positive outcomes. So where did this all start? I talked about this already. It started, among other things, in Kenora, obviously first with the Ontario government, but then it became something out of where Kenora played an important role as well. CSWB planning, or community safety and wellbeing planning, what does it look like? This is also in the handout. Really, as you've seen from Regina, this is a community safety plan, a community safety and wellbeing plan. This is really a high-level strategic plan that provides a framework for working with all stakeholders to make decisions about community safety. And it sets a course for the future with very pragmatic initiatives and actions for today, trying to focus on immediate safety concerns, but also really also thinking about the root causes, the risk factors, adverse childhood experiences, and so on. So I got a couple of slides, if that's okay. Community safety and wellbeing plans typically take between 8 to 12 months to develop. Many communities create their own plans, and obviously, because of the requirement by the Ontario government, that the legal requirement that every city has one, in Ontario there's been a lot of these plans that came together. And in some cases, communities ask us to come and work with them, support them in a kind of consulting fee-for-service concept. It includes a comprehensive assessment, then a prioritization process. We run then the ideas and the priorities by a number of experts, so that could be academics, but also because of our broad network, we go and ask input from practitioners from across Canada. And in a plan, and often, we do a presentation to local elected officials, and oftentimes then it gets approved by the city council. So I'm pretty sure you're probably going, well, and is there any evidence that this approach works? And so, well, unfortunately, the answer, we don't know yet. And there's a couple of reasons why this is. Well, so there's some challenges that I listed. And essentially, it's researching such complex approach is difficult. And as far as I know, no comprehensive study has been done. So the set of challenges to know if it works is just having a plan. It doesn't mean implementation happens. Community safety and well-being tend to become very broad. And measuring prevention is in itself a really, really tricky issue. And then implementation of the plan takes time. So it's not something that has an immediate impact because tackling root causes and risk factors, that's a complex issue. And then something like COVID-19 on communities, the impact it has, increased poverty, increased addictions, increased violence, increased homelessness, that in itself is COVID-19 has a kind of an opposing force that goes the other direction. And so it may even be possible that a community doesn't really know what's happening, and so because, or it could be something like a mill that closes and an increase in poverty, or people that don't have a place to live, and don't have enough money. Why are we confident? And you'll see that a lot of groups are becoming increasingly more confident that this should work, and it is because there's strong theory and evidence underpinning the concept. There's lots of synergies needed to address, and we know that complex issues need to be addressed using a lot of different groups. Some examples of successful international, so for example, Medellin in Colombia and Glasgow in Scotland both were able to lower homicide rates drastically, both of which were, Medellin was considered the murder capital of the world, and they're no longer. They were able to decrease by over 50%. Same Glasgow was known as the murder capital of Europe, and also over a couple of years were able to decrease their homicide rates drastically. But also it's important to know that they didn't do half measure. Both of these really felt like they needed to lean in, and there was a lot of rethinking and a lot of investments, not just funding, but resources and reassignments. So despite the lack of evidence, but because of the need for a different and a more effective approach, community safety and well-being is becoming more prevalent in Canadian communities and cities. And important at the national level, for example, Public Safety Canada is increasingly using the language of community safety and well-being. Sometimes they establish a department to work with Indigenous communities to build these kind of plans. And of the 10 Canadian provinces, 4 are working very actively to implement the concept. In some cases through legislation, such as Ontario. Alberta, we know is, well, I'm not sure if they're still considering it, but there was a consideration of making it actually a legislated piece. And then Manitoba and Saskatchewan both have now developed community safety and well-being offices in their governments. Responses by cities and communities, so before that, those were responses by governments, levels of, or orders of government. And then of course this is also an order of government when a city decides, but then cities in itself then end up creating plans. So British Columbia, as you can see, is an increasing number. And these are all doing it voluntarily. They're not; these were not legislated to do it. Alberta, we work with Morinville. We work with Strathcona County. We currently work with Wetaskiwin to create their plans. In British Columbia, we've worked with like Caribou, Chilcotin, Chilliwack, Kelowna, and we're currently working with Victoria. In Saskatchewan, of course, I've talked about the Regina plan, and so on. So the list continues, and this is by no means everyone. Here's what they look like. So you have the Kelowna Community Safety Plan, the Toronto, the Burnaby Community Safety Plan. An interesting thing also what can then happen is the City of Toronto, they also have such a plan, and it's probably one of the most comprehensive plans of its kind. And it's interesting to note that when the current mayor proposed increasing the police budget by something like 48 million to address safety issues, 7 of the 25 elected councillors, newly elected councillors, 7, these were newly elected councillors of the 25 in total that expressed this concern that the city was not investing in evidence-based social and community programs at the same time. It's not that they're essentially saying don't invest in policing, but also invest into evidence-based social and community programs at the same time. And then actually, in their letter, they come to the SAFETO, its community safety and well-being plan, the need to invest in things like affordable housing, mental health services, and so on. So here you see where you see how the community safety and well-being concept comes to play. Here's another, City of Edmonton in its grants now as a community safety and well-being grant. Obviously, the Mayor of Regina fully supports the plan. In fact, I mean, it's a really good quote, testimonials from her. I think that's important. So increasingly, elected officials at the local level, just like Mayor Sandra Masters from Regina supports this. Rural communities are increasingly starting to also apply community safety and well-being, despite the fact that they have unique challenges. But despite the fact that there's some differences in regards to how to plan for a community safety and well-being plan and how to implement it. But so, you know, it's just trying to tell you like how communities increasingly are starting to use this. And the police. So how's the police responding to this? And this is by no means comprehensive, but the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, they have a Crime Prevention, Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee. I believe they renamed this a couple of years ago, showing that, of course, that's part of the work and the way they're thinking about this. What I think is very intriguing and exciting in a lot of ways is that the Alberta RCMP established a brand new community safety and well-being branch. Peter Tufik believes that the best approach to addressing the problems and the expectations facing the RCMP in Alberta is to help communities develop plans for community safety and well-being. This is Peter's way of putting into practice the understanding that we can't arrest our way out of the current problem. And so we're now actually working regularly, so we're regularly in contact with this branch and now partnering in the development of a community safety and well-being plan for a small community. I just saw that on the slide it still says Hauptkommissar, and I'm sorry that that's still there. I need to erase that. I just actually, this may interest you as well as another thing that's happening. So not just in Canada, as they're increasing more interest in it, but I just presented to a group of German cities on community safety and well-being planning in Canada, which, by the way, Canada, that's the country that does this. There may be similar approaches in other places, but they're not framed the same, and certainly not as much of a wave that's happening across the country. So increasingly countries are looking to Canada and trying to figure out what is it that we're doing here. Regina Chief Evan Bray from the Regina Police talking about what it is that and how this community safety well-being plan will be supportive of the work that the police services in Regina is doing and how it will help it. And then finally, and this is my last slide for now, responses by Training Institute. So Conestoga College is interested in thinking about creating something on community safety and well-being. Red Deer Polytechnic has just asked us if we potentially would be interested in partnering with them to develop a diploma or certificate in community safety and well-being, and Yorkville University is also very interested in creating something like this. And I think I'm going to stop here, make sure people are actually still there and not just talking.
We're still here.
Everyone's still here.
Okay, good. I hope you heard everything. I hope the internet was good enough. And we were looking at half an hour so far. I hope I didn't take too much time, and I'm happy to answer some potential questions.
Sure. So Councillor Van Bellingham is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I guess I should say. I was wondering if you could speak to recently, there was a court case decided by the Ontario Supreme Court, pardon me, in regards to Waterloo bylaw enforcement relating to encampment enforcement. And you sort of spoke to Waterloo having a community safety wellbeing plan that they were starting, and I'm wondering how that fit into this community safety approach.
That's a very interesting question. So you're referring to the court's decision that the city of the region of Waterloo is not allowed to evict the homeless population from a particular location unless they have the sufficient amount of housing available for the community.
Correct.
Yeah, it's so brand new, and it's coming from a different perspective, really. I'm trying to figure out how to frame this. What it obviously does, it for better or for worse, forces a community to say we can only enforce something if we're actually offering people an opportunity and a place to be living. And again, because we've seen this in a number of communities, the fact that at the point of evicting people from a particular encampment or closing down an encampment will come up somewhere else. But it's not directly related. It has, as you can see, it plays kind of in the same area, but there isn't a direct relation to those two things.
Okay.
Any other questions? I've got maybe more of a comment and a question as well, Felix. I find it interesting you referred to the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police and some of the quotes from police. You know, I can say firsthand that these are accurate. Unfortunately, I've been able to see generations, the violence repeated and crime repeated and through generations on the streets of Kenora. I mean, I've seen probably now great-grandchildren of people that were in jail for serious offenses that are on the street now and are committing offenses. I've seen it played out, and you know, those words that we can't arrest our way out of this. They're not just words. That's an absolute fact in my opinion. It's the upstream approaches that are so important, and you know, Felix talked about a couple of the programs. The DARE program, I was a DARE instructor for a number of years, so I'll take all that criticism, but at the end of the day, the relationships that it forged with police, I think it was invaluable for that reason. So this upstream approach, and I mean, it's not going to be an instant hit. Like Felix said, it's going to take 8 to 12 months realistically to develop a plan if it's done properly. I think we have to get our heads around that this is so complex. There's so many factions really, or factors and factions in the community, that it's not going to be I'd like to look at, or think of this in the term of a solution. There's going to be trade-offs. We're going to shift the needle a bit. We're just going to change these behaviors, and that doesn't happen overnight. So I think we need to approach this with that type of a mindset. But it really, and the upstream, I think I've talked with some of the counselors about some of the programs like the SNAP program, Stop Now and Plan, Strengthening Families for the Future. Felix referenced another one. These are the ones that are really going to change that behavior. And I think there's a real energy in the community right now. And we've talked about this. We just had the opening of the Community Justice Center a couple of days ago. Felix talked about synergy, and I believe we're at that point in our community. That all being said, can you just speak briefly about the governance model, Felix, and sort of the municipality's role? Because I think that can be confusing sometimes. And exactly, you know, we're going to be talking about our terms of reference later on today for our advisory committee. Can you just maybe touch on the governance model and the municipality's role?
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. So let me start though by answering by adding something to your comment. And it's not that long ago where we were working with a community, and then a organization got a certain amount of funding to work with youth. And the expectation then was, well, how much will this money reduce youth violence in the next 3 months? And the answer is probably not at all, because unless it's a incredibly strong program, these things take time. And to give you a sense of the timeline, so 3 months is one extreme. The other extreme, but way more realistic, is Edmonton. So Reach Edmonton, which is an organization that's responsible for Edmonton's community safety and well-being planning, or crime prevention planning, their logo, or their motto is making Edmonton safer in 1 generation. So looking at 20-25 years. That's the investment that Edmonton is making. And they get funding as an external organization from the city of Edmonton on an annual basis, quite good amount of funding. And there is a recognition behind this that these are not things that are going to change over time. So when Councillor Burney was talking about this idea of having lived that long and policed in Kenora, and having seen how people that are grown up in some of these families now are on the street or now are in prison, those are the kind of pieces. It will take a really long time to undo, and oftentimes it's a question on how to help people that are currently living on the street, that are having substance use challenges, that are having challenges with the law, really focusing at the more upstream, at the root causes, and trying to protect the children in your communities, making them do well in school, supporting them in their homes that are difficult. So governance model, yes, it's a very good point. Thank you for bringing this up, because that there's a lot of differences across the country, and it has to do with size of communities in some cases, and then also with the realities and the interest of a community. Generally speaking, the way it's perceived is that the city is best positioned to be the convener of this multi-sectoral group. And essentially what this looks like in most cases is that the city may have someone who works in the city or a small department. So in Burnaby, BC, they have a director of community safety, but now I think Burnaby is quite a bit bigger than your community. Williams Lake in BC is about the same size, it's about 17,000 people. They have hired a staff to be responsible to making sure the implementation the implementation of the plan and the different areas are followed through. It is not the person's responsibility to make it happen, because these things can't happen in isolation. They can't happen as a silo, kind of the typical silo thinking that we've been seeing, but rather than to continuously bring the different players together to focus on an area. In Regina now, on the other hand, but also quite a bit larger, they invested I think about $1 million to start a new semi-external organization that takes care of this. But maybe something that's somewhat closer was Williams Lake. Another example is closer to you is Thunder Bay. I know Thunder Bay is quite a bit larger, but Thunder Bay has a person who's in a position and is the community safety expert or facilitator. And so again, Leanne's role is to bring the players together to continue working on the implementation of the plan, to keep an eye on the plan. And really the idea is to have the city as the convener, not as the leader. The city doesn't make decisions. It is a multi-sectoral decision-making process, but it's the city's kind of investment and contribution oftentimes to bring someone in. So in terms of the different models, what they all have in common is that most all of them work with an ongoing steering committee that brings together, if there is a police force, the chief of police or the responsible person, OBP, GMP, and then brings the director of education or multiple, brings in a hospital often a CEO or somebody, director for mental health services, brings in, and also brings in people on a regular basis together to, that can make decisions, that are at a level that they can make decisions.
Great, thanks for that, Felix. And just
That
have
was
a
a
couple.
very long answer.
No, that's great. It's complicated. Councillor Van Bellingham, question, and then Councillor Manson. You good?
Sorry, yeah, that was my
Okay.
question on Sir Mountain
Okay, and Councillor Manson has a question, Felix?
Okay.
How does council address the constant bombardment we get from our taxpayers? We are not safe today. What are you doing about it today?
Okay, so that I'm not envious for a second, not being a councillor, because that must be a really, really tricky issue. Because the people are don't feel safe today, and they want to see immediate changes. And a lot of cities have identified the low-hanging fruit. We're not suggesting for a second that enforcement stop or that, but what often is about how to frame it and what kind of language to bring. So to get communities involved in the solutions, to get communities to understand why they would be interested in being part of this, and that it takes long, that these things take longer. An interesting piece, by the way, is that sense of safety and so the perception of safety and the actuality of safety is often not quite the same. So there is quite a bit of education that a lot of communities are doing now to try to educate people to say that their sense of safety may be actually different. Having said that, this has to be done in a really cautious way, because otherwise it just gets people to say, well, you're not taking my feelings serious. Yes, people who are not that familiar with the root causes and the risk factors of crime will essentially often think, well, people make bad decisions and they should be punished for that. They forget that these were children. These children did not want to perpetrate violence, rob a bank. Many of them probably wanted to become a police officer or a firefighter or a teacher when they were young. So they were all children at some point. They're not people who decide to make these kind of decisions. And so people though in the community often see tough on crime. We say we want to be smart on crime, meaning that to be approaching these issues smart, efficient, effective, and cheaper. It costs less than constantly having to respond. And I kind of skipped over to that. There was a visual that I had with the different areas. So red in the middle, and then I had like different colors. And the middle is emergency response. And if you look at the cost of an emergency response by the time a stabbing happens or somebody gets attacked or whatever it is, you have police, EMS, and all these, and it's incredibly expensive. I think a homicide costs like $1.8 million at the end, not including the lost productivity of the person who has been killed. And so it's actually, this is going to be really hard. It's the most cost-effective way and the most efficient way of dealing with it. And I understand it. And again, you're not the only community challenged with this. People want to see immediate. They want to be safer, and so the reaction often is to want more boots on the ground. So want to see more police officers. But as you've seen, if some of you have been following Toronto with the TTC, first, TTC not safe. The city is putting more police officers on the TTC, and then a couple of months later, and again, I mean, let's be honest, it's probably not going to change that fast, but next article says, despite increased police presence on TTC, violence hasn't gone down on TTC. It doesn't really work. It has a sense, it gives people a sense of relief and a sense of I am safer because, but if you if we look across, and sorry, now I'm getting on a little ramble here, but if we look across the world, if you look at Glasgow and the UK, for example, London is dealing with these, with stabbings, has been dealing with stabbings, an increased amount of stabbing, and they're random. But in the UK with CCTV, most of them get caught. That would make this argument if we have CCTVs, if we have officers on the street all the time and everywhere, it's safe, but that's not the case. In London and the UK and in Glasgow, that wasn't the case. People were constantly, they were all filmed doing the stabbings. But there's something else that is at the root, to use the word again, at the root cause. So back to Councillor Manson, I know this was a really long answer. It has to be addressed with the community and get to see it. Get to help people understand in the community why this is the smart, the effective, and more cost-effective approach.
Thanks for that, Felix.
I feel like a salesperson.
No, yeah, and just to add to that, before Councillor Van Bellingham has a question, again, experience. I've been at calls where it's an intoxicated person in the downtown area. It was in the evening. I think there were eight emergency service personnel, officers, EMS, fire, and 6 vehicles for one person that was intoxicated in the downtown core. And is that an effective use of our, and we wonder why policing costs are so high? As you said, Felix, we're responding with that red emergency, response when we should be in that outer ring. And I did a presentation in these very council chambers to council over the past years, and I talked about the value, the cost, as opposed to emergency response and the cost of upstream. So I think that really does resonate. So thanks for that, Felix. And Councillor Van Bellingham, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just really want to reinforce those last points you made, because I think they are so extremely important to this conversation that we are having, and sometimes missed, because I think everyone understands that it's palpable, the feeling that we have of I just want to do something, that's human nature. It's sort of the similar response to having our emergency response. It's that coming into action feeling, and that feeling of accomplishment because there's action being done, and the harder work is what you're speaking about. And just, I guess maybe it's more of a comment I wanted to bring up and maybe get your thoughts about. The word rehabilitation can sort of be seen as a softer approach to the justice system, but I wonder at that phrasing, because it sort of assumes that people are coming from a place where they are thriving to begin with using the word rehabilitation versus habilitation. And I think it sort of goes to the point that you made about 60 to 80% of calls to police are not related to crime. I think that this is all sort of underscoring the fact that we are not setting up our community in a way where we all have the opportunity to thrive. And I really just wanted to reinforce the point you make about, I'm someone who has two little kids right now, so I'm just really in this feeling of little kids, and I don't believe that any child at any stage in their life, no one gets to choose where they were born into, has the hopes and dreams that they are going to be an unhoused person, or they're going to have substance use disorder, or they're going to have a criminal path. There are generally a unsurmountable amount of things that have led to these cases that are sometimes related to where there is, and sometimes just factors outside of how we've created our society. I just wanted to really say thank you to everything that you just said, because I think it's really important to the conversation we're having. And if more enforcement was working, we would have seen it work by now, because your point about Toronto is very, very accurate and very current right now to what we're seeing, and this is impacting our community across the country. So thank you for speaking to that.
I'm gonna not comment on this because I couldn't say it any better. Thank you for supporting what I've been saying.
Thanks, Councillor. Well, Felix, any questions? Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Well, thank you very much, Felix, for taking the time and for the great presentation and conversation. And I look forward to continuing this with you. I'm sure we'll be.
Same here. It's been a pleasure.
I'm sure Heather and Kyle will be in touch with you, and we'll probably be speaking in the near future. And I'm sure if councillors want to reach out to you, they can do that individually as well if they have questions that they haven't, or anything they want to discuss. So thanks again, Felix. It's been very informational. Appreciate it.
Yeah, same, thanks for the opportunity. Okay.
Okay, have a
Bye,
good day.
everyone.
Take care. Bye.
You- bye.
Okay, I think we could we take a quick bathroom break? Is that fair to say, or should we just roll into our next presentation?
We can, Eric, are you all ready? If you can,
Yeah, can you hear me right now?
we can hear you, yes.
Okay, yeah,
Do you-
if you, I'm here, I'm
Okay.
ready. If you need a break, no problem, I can,
Yeah, do
I
you,
got plenty of work to do, I can sit tight.
okay, do you just want to get your
I can't see anything, though. I
screen?
don't know if you have a video running.
We do. You should be able to see us and you should be able to share your screen.
I will share my screen.
Okay.
It's all, I can't see anything right now.
Yeah, it's 9:53, 9:54. Let's say back at 10. Just
Okay, we'll be back at 10, Eric, if you want to just try to get your video
Thanks, everyone.
going.
Thanks.
Sure.
Thanks.
I was gonna ask you, do you know what a turkey vulture is? You know, like dead roadkill or whatever, and they're flying around. That's you. Except there's a dollar bill there.
No, I just wanted to make sure if there's any questions that we know. It's like an in-kind. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Yeah.
Ryan saw a dollar.
I did read it said 250 at the top, and then it's split between 50 municipal. I can't be that much.
I would have liked to have had the smoke alarms, right? Like, so they donate $5,000 worth of smoke alarms too.
Can you ask
That's a
for what they?
different, there's two different programs, so I asked for both, so.
Oh, so that's
waiting to do a presentation. So we'll resume the meeting, and Heather, if you can, who are we have somebody queued up to?
I would turn over to Director either Greg or Marco to introduce our next speaker.
Go ahead, Marco.
Okay, so typically every 2 years we do our bridge inspections. We hire an outside consultant to perform those tasks and submit that study and report on a biannual basis or every 2 years. So this year's inspection occurred over the course of 2022, and Stantec Engineering was the successful firm to provide those services based out of Winnipeg. And for the last 2 or 3 inspection periods we've had, it was recommended to have a report, or I guess a presentation brought forth to council to kind of give an overview of specific conditions and results of those studies on the bridge. So I'll hand it over to Eric from Stantec, who will be providing us about a 30-minute presentation or so on the bridges, and a little bit of time for questions and answers if there's anything that comes up after the presentation. So
Thanks, Marco.
Okay, over to you, Eric.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Marco. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me right now? Is everything okay?
Yes, we can see the screen and we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I will start my presentation here. Now, are you seeing I hope you're seeing the correct presentation and not my little note section.
Yes, we can see the full screen presentation.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present our findings here for the 2022 inspection cycle. So I will run through a handful of things here. I'm going to try not to dwell too much on individual defects on some of the smaller structures, but we'll make our way through. My name is Eric Tranquillata. I'm a professional engineer registered in Ontario, Manitoba, and I have 11 years of experience both in bridges and dams, and I was one of the lead inspectors and the project manager for this assignment this year. I've also been involved, I had the same role in the 2020 program, so I'm quite familiar with the structures that you have there in the city of Kenora. Brief run through the agenda. I'll talk a little bit about what the goal of the presentation is, as well as how our inspection methods actually work with regard to the Ontario Structure Inspection Manual. I'll go through the individual structures and some of their overall conditions without getting too in detail with the minutia of each of those. That's all contained within our reports, so I don't need to dwell on those too heavily. We'll touch on some of the maintenance and investigation recommendations, as well as the comparison of the Bridge Condition Index, which I'll explain next. And then we'll touch on as well the 2024 inspection program and what plans could look like for that. And then I can answer any questions afterwards. So again, the purpose is to discuss the inspection findings and the condition of each of the structures that we inspected, as well as their Bridge Condition Index, and as well discuss the future programs and bridge management that the city can expect. So the Ontario Structure Inspection Manual is kind of it's a very standardized program that we use, and it's used extensively really across the country. Manitoba uses it as well with several modifications. And essentially what it does is it breaks the structure into a series of elements and sub-elements, which are then quantified and inspected and given values, performance ratings that are broken into excellent, good, fair, and poor condition states. Each report would provide recommendations for maintenance, investigations, replacements, rehabilitation, and things of that nature. One of the other items that we deal with on these inspections is called the Bridge Condition Index, which is essentially a weighted scoring for each structure, each bridge specifically. It does not apply to all the structures, it only applies to bridges, and it rates the structure from 0 to 100 with 100 being essentially brand new and 0. Well, we've never seen a 0. That would essentially be no bridge, or the bridge is completely collapsed. So the goal is to keep it as high as possible, but it does, you know, you do see a steady decrease, you know, year after year with just regular wear and tear. And the BCI is used as an indicator to determine the overall condition, and it does help with allocating funds for maintenance and rehab. And, you know, there are certain trigger thresholds that you can use to say, okay, we want all of our structures to stay above a certain value, so we need to invest a certain amount of money to maintain that. And that those thresholds are here. You know, 100 is brand new. Anything from 70 to 100 is considered good. 60 to 70 is fair, and then below 60 is considered poor condition. It's also important to note that a critical defect may exist even though the bridge number or the BCI number is high. So you could have something that's a 99.9 BCI, but if you have a hole, a critical hole, or a hole through a critical steel member in a truss, it's a small isolated defect, but it could have a severe impact on the actual performance of the structure. So the BCI number is not a catch-all value. You do need to have inspection data to back up that value, because you may miss things if you just think, well, it's an 88 BCI, so there's nothing to worry about. That's not always the case. So we can touch on a little bit of well, I'll show you an overview of the BCI for all of the structures, and I won't go through on an item-by-item basis, but this is a summary of the BCI values for all of the structures, all of the bridges that we inspected for the City of Kenora. Everything with the exception of the Bay Street overpass and the Portage Bay Trust is in good condition. There are some that are nearing the threshold between good and fair. Hard to have excellent, really. If you have an excellent one, that would be like brand new, put in, no vehicles ever driven over it. So you could have 99.9 or you know, very close to that, such as 7th Avenue South, as well as Coker Road. Those are very new structures nearing 100%. I can show you a map here as well of all of all the structures that we looked at. So again, the BCI only applies to bridges, and here you can see some of the more rural sites going north of the city. These ones were all considered good condition. And as we get further into the city, again, all good condition with the exception of Bay Street Overpass and the Portage Bay Trust. The two structures that don't have BCI were the ones that were not bridges. The waste transfer station and the parquet. BCI is really only designed to address bridge elements. So the Bay Street Overpass had a BCI rating of just under 62. A couple of the high-level defects here. There was some missing concrete and some spalls and delaminations that you can find in the deck soffit over the road and the sidewalk area. So we had some recommendation there for maintenance, mainly to prevent concrete from spalling off and either falling into the roadway or perhaps into sidewalks. And you can see some of the defects there. The next structure I'll go into is the Bank Road Arch Culvert, and this had an increase in the BCI. It did experience a rehab in 2021 where we designed concrete rehab for the footings. And there is a lot of beaver activity at this site. I know, Marco, we've discussed that in the past, and there have been people going through and removing the dams, but it's very, very difficult to stop the beavers. So they just keep coming back and damming it up. So you can see some of the new concrete here below. It kind of looks pink in this photo. And then the upper level here is the original concrete. Previously, this was severely undermined, and you could see a lot of and some loose rock and bedrock down there. So there was a contractor that came out and did this maintenance work, this rehab work back in 2021, and it's really ramped up the BCI for this structure. So it's looking very good. There's just a few of the beaver dam there. The next structure is the Beg Road Timber Bridge, which had a BCI of 72. There were a number of rotten deck planks, some exposed nails in the deck, and we are continuing to monitor the south abutment for some suspected movement, and that's something that we just recommend continuing with. There's nothing overly drastic that we've discovered at this point, so we would just recommend continuing with that. And there is some maintenance, I believe, to replace some rotten members and likely put some of the nails back down in there so that there's no puncture risks. But here's where you see some movement in the structure. I'm not going too fast through these. There are a lot of structures, so I don't want to go too deep into them right now until we get to some of the more major ones. Cameron Bay is one of the larger structures, BCI of 82.45. There are some delaminations in the wing walls and some spalls with exposed corroded reinforcement, as well as debris accumulation in the deck joints, which is very common. I see it on every bridge that has deck joints in it. And that's just kind of a routine maintenance item to pressure wash the debris out of these joints here. As you get more grit built up into them, traffic drives over, wears it out, pushes rocks further in, and then eventually those seals break, and then you get leakage down below. So staying on top of joint cleaning is always a good maintenance practice. Here's the Coca Road Bailey Bridge, 98.66 BCI, replaced in 2019. Not a lot to say about this structure. It's generally in excellent to good condition, just with light defects in the timber and the wearing surface. And we didn't have any recommendations for maintenance on this one. This is still in very good condition. You can see very isolated defects here, very, very light corrosion, and just wear. The CPR pedestrian bridge, this one we did an enhanced inspection, which was more hands-on. We rented an elevated work platform, or a genie boom, and we coordinated with CP Rail and drove over the track, and were able to get up close to the all of the piers, the entire underside of the bridge, as well as the top side. So we were able to get a lot closer and get a better sense of this. And the truck itself is in very good condition. You know, it's really just for pedestrian traffic, so it's not seeing huge vehicle loads or anything like that you would expect more defects. But there were some issues that we encountered. There was a missing bearing plate at the north approach. The timber and steel stairs are heavily deteriorated, and I'll show you some photos of that. And the bridge is there's a lot of debris accumulating in the joint between the connection between the deck and the chain link fence. There were a lot of needles that we found in there, so you know, a cleaning program is probably a good idea, just to make sure that some of that stuff is removed. You know, we're seeing some severe corrosion in some of the bearing plates here on the stairs. What we found with the stairs is there's a lot of loose members, but also, we'll see another photo in a second. This is where the missing bearing plate is. This is on the north side, so we've recommended that this be reinstalled. This is where we're seeing issues with the stairs. We have timber treads sitting on top of steel supports, and there's moisture getting in between these. And so when the moisture gets in there, it corrodes the steel, and then it expands and it pushes up on the timber. And it's actually slanting a lot of the timber tread down the stairs, so it feels somewhat unsteady as you're going down the stairs. It feels like they're kind of pushing you further down. So we did recommend that the treads be removed and the steel be cleaned and then replaced. That's where some of the large cost items are in here. Arlington Bay Bridge had a BCI of 74.5. The structure is in good condition. It's another large one, and it saw some rehab recently. The water levels were fairly high while we were there, so we couldn't access the abutments. They were completely underwater. So some of the defects carried over from 2020. There is still debris accumulating in the deck joints, which you expect, as I mentioned before, on Cameron Bay. And we have some severe delaminations in diaphragms, which are, the diaphragms are these concrete elements in between the gears and girders, and then the diaphragms are situated in between. And that's fairly common on a structure like this where we see delaminations. We also have some severe bulging in some of the bearing pads, which I can show you in a moment here as well. Here's the debris in the deck joints. This is some exposure in the wearing surface where the waterproofing membrane was revealed, and then the concrete underneath. But this was addressed very quickly before we were even finished all of our inspections. I believe this was patched and repaired. And here's the bulging in the bearing pads. There's nothing severe going on. We're not seeing any real signs of distress in the remainder of the structure. So it's just something that we're continuing to keep an eye on here. 8th Avenue Bridge, BCI of 80. And again, was largely underwater at the base of the abutment. But we did have an underbridge crane or a bridge master to access that. There's some spalling and disintegration in the concrete end ends of the joints, as well as a missing light fixture on the north abutment, as well as vegetation buildup, which is obscuring some of the signage for boaters. There you can see the missing light at that site, so it's likely for I'm assuming for navigation purposes. And then just some missing hardware on the barriers that we recommended to be replaced. There's the vegetation covering that up there. 1st Avenue, BCI of 72. Some missing signage, fading signs. The interlocking stone is uneven and shifting, and the joints are actively leaking onto the abutments. Here's one of the signs that's deteriorating. Just some defects in the concrete there. And then this is the leakage that we're finding in the joint. So the water, the seals up there are no longer functioning. And we happened to be there on a rainy day and could see that it was coming down here. So this is where you could see some accelerated deterioration if the joint seals are not fixed, because it will just continue to rain and pour in there, and then you get salt from winter roads and stuff, and that does accelerate the deterioration there in the concrete. Keewatin Channel Bridge is a major structure here, heavily trafficked, has a BCI of 71.8, and this had some previously replaced joint seals. Those are still performing well. We're not seeing any signs of issues with that. We did not do an enhanced inspection this year. We had that 2 years ago and found that a lot of the steel, the coating on the steel in span 5 was in poor condition, with severe corrosion and loss of the coating. This year we did find damaged and missing vehicle barriers, and there's debris accumulation on the bearing seats, which I can show you some photos of. So we do have some recommendations for some major work here, including a detailed coating condition survey on span 5, around the maintenance, including some structural steel rehab and recoating. And our estimate for that right now is approximately $5 million. It's a major undertaking, similar to what was done for the Winnipeg River West Bridge, when that was recoated several years ago. These are photos taken from 2020 when we did a climbing inspection of this, and you can just see the condition of the steel here. We've got section loss, perforations, and then this is the large pin that connects the two halves of the steel truss at the center. And there's some severe corrosion in here. A lot of this would need to be cleaned off, sandblasted. There's a large undertaking to address this, and the structure needs to be enclosed and, you know, with ventilation system, because you can't have any of this leaking and falling down into the river below. So there's a lot of environmental requirements that have to be met here. It's scaffolding, erection, and it's a large task. But it's been done before. It's been done in Kenora, and it's proving to be beneficial on the Peg River West. Here's some of the debris that's accumulated at the bearings. Difficult to access, so it's not an easy thing to remedy if there is build-up. We're not seeing stresses or anything peculiar here, but we do note that there is debris accumulating near the bearings and some of these concrete spandrel arches, as well as some detached drains, and you know, these cause water and runoff to leak down, and you can see where this has been occurring for a while, that the steel there is corroded, because this may have been happening, leaking onto there. So it's important that these things try and get below the structure as best as possible. It's not always that easy. Sometimes it involves multiple elbows, and then they can get clogged. So we appreciate the challenges of some of this work, especially access. And this is one of the barriers that we observed this year that was missing. So definitely recommend replacement of that. And then some concrete defects in the sidewalk. This is at the west end, southwest corner. For Keewatin Channel, Lajeunesse Bridge, BCI of 72. This had a major rehab performed in 2021, which saw the replacement of the concrete deck, wearing surface, and barriers, as well as repair to the concrete foundation, where we saw a lot of undermining and erosion as well, similar to what was on the Bank Road arch culvert. And here you can see the condition of the deck that was replaced. Originally, we thought that we would be doing a partial deck replacement and only going partway down and then just putting some new concrete on top. But the investigations showed that it was much more extensive than that, and so we recommended full deck replacement. And it's looking very good. This structure looks really nice now and seems to be performing very well. And that's a view looking to the south. So we have no work recommended on this one. That's largely been taken care of as part of that rehab effort. Madison Street Bridge, we had another enhanced inspection here with a genie boom underneath, and then coordination with CP Rail. It's had a BCI of 70, so it's hitting that threshold. It's approaching the threshold between good and fair. And we're seeing defects in the bearing pad at abutment 1, as well as some spalling and delaminations and scaling at the abutment. And then there's a damaged light pole on the outside of the bridge there that I can show you. This is one of the abutments. I believe that photo is the north side. And then here is the undermining that we're finding at the abutment 1, bearing 3. This route is continuing to deteriorate. So we've recommended that the frequency of enhanced OSIM inspections be increased on this structure, just to keep an eye on this and make sure that there's no movement going on here. Mink Bay Pedestrian Bridge, BCI of 88. Not a lot of activity on this one. It's not seeing vehicle loads or anything like that, and it's looking in good condition. Some light corrosion in the steel, typical wear and tear on the timber. No work recommendations here. Norland Bridge. This is the bridge master that we used to access some of the structures that were enhanced inspections this year. And I'll note one other thing, not specific to this bridge, but this year we used more, with the exception of confined space access, we used every method of inspection access that we know. We've used rope access, we've used elevated work platforms with the genie boom, we've used this bridge master, we've used just on foot, everything. The only one that I believe would need confined space is if we do an enhanced inspection of the Cameron Bay Bridge, and we would have to go inside those tub girders. But the city has got quite an array of structures that we really enjoy inspecting them. It keeps us sharp, I guess, using all these different methods, and it involves a lot more coordination when you have a year that has so many different techniques involved with it. So anyway, that was just kind of a sidebar note for information. But Mountain Bridge is looking like very good condition here. There's some isolated defects in the abutment as well as the wing walls. No recommendations for any work at this point. There's some exposed corroded reinforcement. Going on here to the parkade. Again, no BCI rating. It's not a bridge, so it doesn't fall into that same category. But we are seeing some deterioration here with some cracking in the concrete structure. There are previous repairs here with the fiber reinforced polymers, and there's some detached steel gates and fencing, and there's also leakage throughout the structure. We did see that on a rainy day. So we recommended that the maintenance be completed, as well as performing a structural evaluation, deck condition survey, and concrete substructure condition survey. So there's a fair number of recommendations to find out exactly what's going on, because we are seeing cracks in these areas. This is in one of the stairwells. Here we saw some, an open fence here, so I'm not sure if anybody is able to get into there, if there's a theft risk of anything like that, but that's some minor issues. There's some uneven pavers here in the stairwell and broken grading there under the stairs. Some settlement in the pavers, exposing the drains, so there could be some tripping hazards for people walking through. And then we're seeing defects in the concrete here, some corrosion, staining, and signs of leakage here, where you can see the staining here and wetness in these areas. So we do recommend some investigation to be performed on this to see if there are some rehab measures that can be taken place. Parsons Street Bridge, another one, is sitting at that threshold of good and fair. There's some severe delaminations in the north abutment, as well as in the deck soffit and some spalling in the soffit. The vegetation is growing extensively at the wing walls, and there's some pitting beneath the girder coatings, which you can see, but it's been coated over, so it's not continuing to progress. We did a detailed deck condition survey of this in 2020, and one of the recommendations is to perform another one at the time when the wearing surface is actually removed. So there's nothing urgent to do on that at this point, but if the city is going through a repaving effort in the area and mills this down to the concrete, then we would recommend doing another survey of the concrete deck there, because there were some unique findings in the thickness of the asphalt, so it would be good to get another look at what the concrete deck is performing like. And here's some of the deterioration that's at the north abutment. We have some disintegration and loss of the concrete. This is in the deck soffit, I believe near the northeast corner. And then just typical debris accumulation in the deck joints. The next one I'll discuss is the Portage Bay Bridge. This has a BCI of 60, just under 68, and has some recommendations for investigations and some possible rehab in the future. The abutments are in poor condition, and there is some severe corrosion and deformations in the steel. There's also vegetation growth at abutment 2, and the term we like to use for this structure is that it's considered, despite the number of defects that you see and the deterioration in the concrete, we would consider it functionally obsolete rather than structurally deficient. It's still performing, but there are so many limitations here, which I'll get to, that it's not necessarily a structure issue. I mean, it is, but let me get into that a little bit more, rather. recommendations for this were to perform a detailed coating condition survey. The coating is quite old, and you will see some corrosion in the steel if the coating is not addressed soon. We also recommend a concrete substructure condition survey because of the condition of the abutments. And another recommendation for just regular maintenance, as well as preliminary design and potential structure rehabilitation. Some of the considerations with these recommendations is we don't know what the effects will be of the rehab on the functional limitations. It's very hard to, essentially a rehab will likely allow the structure to remain as is. It may not necessarily improve it in the sense of increasing the load carrying capacity, but it should prevent it or reduce the likelihood of it getting worse. And what you see here are some of the limitations that are referring to as functionally obsolete. We have height restrictions here, load and axle restrictions over here, as well as width restrictions. So it's single lane only. So, you know, there's only so much that you could invest in strengthening and rehabbing this structure, but it's not going to change the height of the vehicles or add a second lane to it. So that's part of the investigation and preliminary design efforts would be to determine, for example, is it going to cost $10 million to rehabilitate this? Well, is it worth rehabbing a structure for $10 million if it's not going to improve the local conditions here? There's some sort of non-tangible elements that have to be considered in addition to the structural rehab efforts. And I'll show you a few defects that we've observed. This is a deformation here in one of the vertical members. This is fairly isolated, but there's the condition of the steel overall. The coating condition survey would be able to determine if this is lead-based. If it is, then we run into needing full containment, and similar to what you would see at Q8 Channel and Winnipeg River West previously. This is some of the bracing at the bearing at the south abutment. And then this is the north abutment, where there's a lot of deterioration, as well as in the wing wall. We have some wide cracks. And here we have a photo of the joint at the south abutment here, where there's a hole here that goes underneath these joints and it's leaking into the abutment. And that's accelerating the deterioration in the concrete down below where you saw this here. So that joint is off to the side here, just above, and we're seeing some deterioration in the concrete all along that bearing feet. Right here, okay. So that other photo of the bracing was up in this corner, and then here you can see where gravel and water and ice and salt falls down, and as it rains it falls off here and deteriorates and begins to undermine the abutment here. So we currently think that the investigation costs may be in the neighborhood of $100,000. High degree of variability in the rehab that could take place. It depends on what the investigations reveal. It's potentially as low as $3.5 million and up to $10 million. There was some major structural steel rehab performed, or if it was isolated to just coating rehab and maybe some basic concrete removal in the abutments. But that's where the prelim design and investigations would help narrow this range down quite a bit. And if the structure was not rehabilitated, then we could see potential replacement in the 6 to 10 year range in the neighborhood of potentially $34 million. Again, these estimates can be tightened up through an investigation program. So I'll move on here to the Portage Walkway Bridge, which is just adjacent to there. You can see the large truss there. This saw BCI increase to 71.5 after some rehab was performed. in 2021, I believe. There's some isolated rot in the timber planks and some small separations in the glue lamp arch. So just some minor maintenance recommendations. But we did see some improvement in this structure. I'm missing that here. And some isolated rot in the stairs there. The Porte Bridge has a BCI of 73. Isolated cracks in the abutment. Bearings have light to medium bulging, but nothing overly drastic. Everything was generally good condition here. Is the debris, again, in the deck joints, fairly routine. Porte Bridge had similar isolated cracks. Oh, sorry, it's the same one. 7th Avenue Bridge, recently replaced in 2018, BCI of 97. And there's some undermining adjacent to the northeast sidewalk, some loose bolts, a number of needles in the north abutment. So we would recommend a cleaning operation go on there. There's the undermining under the sidewalk. We have a loose bolt here in the bearing guide plate. And then there's the needles that we're finding, in this masonry here. So it's challenging for inspectors to get under there. It's such a tight space, and we're on our hands and knees and can't always see behind the rocks. So it's challenging to know where you're going to put your hands and actually kneel when there's a potential of needles being encountered there. The waste transfer station, no BCI rating again, just like the parquet. So we inspected portions of this. We found some severe spalls in the exterior soffit, as well as some standing water adjacent to the substructure walls. And then there are some cracks and efflorescence in the north and south exterior walls. Here you can see there's some missing protective steel where we've got some spalling taking place. Standing water down below near the substructure walls, which we usually recommend being pumped out. And then there's the spalls in the exterior walls here, some severe spalling. The Winnipeg River East Branch has a BCI of 84, another heavily trafficked structure. We found some potholes adjacent to the abutment 1 joint, a large number of severe spalls and delaminations in the deck soffit, and some pier caps with severe scaling and disintegration. We recommended that a detailed deck condition survey be performed here. This was an enhanced inspection that we did this year and found that as we went along, there were a number of defects up above, and so being able to analyze those from the road and doing a detailed deck condition survey could identify the cause of those falls and corrosion. And here's some defects in the steel near one of the piers. Debris accumulation in the joints and some previously repaired asphalt patches. And that's what we're seeing a lot of in the deck soffit as we went underneath the bridge. Some of them, this one's not that large, but it does have some exposed corroded reinforcement. Some of them were as large as, the spacing between the girders or near that. Winnipeg River West Bridge, we did an enhanced inspection. This was kind of a 2-stage inspection. The first day we had the bridge master where we were underneath and we would drive along and inspect. And then the next stage, we did a rope access inspection and we climbed and walked along the truss. So we saw some cracks in the concrete stringers, some potholes in the wearing surface, and then previously reported section loss beneath the coating in the steel. Not a huge number of defects to really need to address at this point. There were some tripping hazards in the sidewalk and continuing to monitor cracks in some of the concrete arches down below is recommended. Here's one of the asphalt defects. I believe this was also addressed at the same time as the Darlington Bay photo that you saw where the hammer was underneath that rubber. permanent deformation of the steel, just an isolated defect that we found. And that's a view of the steel structure from underneath, kind of mid-span. That covers all the structures. I know some of them I sped through fairly quickly here. I'll discuss a little bit of the maintenance recommendations. It can be difficult to attract contractors to do this work. Sometimes the work recommended maybe $10,000 or $12,000, and so it's hard to get somebody to mobilize if nobody local is available. So then they have out-of-town expenses, and it gets very costly and not necessarily worth it. So we usually recommend grouping some of those smaller structures, maybe with the larger rehab efforts or some of the larger repairs. It may be more appealing to get some competition and get some large contractors in place as well. And they can tackle 3 or 4 structures at a time and offset some of the mobilization costs and out-of-town costs that are encountered. We've also been finding that costs are increasing quite drastically following the pandemic, and with everything being so uncertain these days, we're seeing huge increase in construction labor, material shortages, labor shortages, and subcontractors are often passing on their risk to general contractors, and so estimates are often very short term. I've seen estimates that they say valid only for 7 days, and nobody's really going to make a decision on a large repair structure within 7 days. So there's a lot of volatility, and that creates a challenge when it comes to estimating and really budgeting for work that's to come. So some of the investigations that we're recommending should ideally narrow those windows down and hopefully kind of account for some of the fluctuations that we see. But contingency factors are always recommended when looking into these repairs. So again, obviously, Class C estimates are subject to change based on what the investigations may find and the market conditions which we just discussed. But here's a breakdown of sort of the timeline of maintenance that we've recommended. Some of the urgent items are in the neighborhood of 61,000, 200 grand, so 200 grand in under a year. And as we go up, you see the graph increase drastically. This is obviously for potential replacement of Portage Bay Trust, and then some rehab efforts on Portage Bay and Keewatin Channel. Depending on the the level of detail, we have as low as $8.5 million and as high as 15 million combined. So as I mentioned before, sometimes it can be difficult in obtaining contractors when costs are lower on this, and although now we're seeing the $230,000 in that 1 year mark, so it's starting to become a little bit more appealing for contractors to be able to bid on multiple projects at a time. Here's a summary of the investigations that we've recommended and the structures and their overall costs. The combined total for investigations was $410,000. I'll talk a little bit about BCI comparison over the years. We have done the inspection program in 2016, 2020, and 2022. So I do have those BCI values. I don't have them. So there's a bit of a gap here in 2018 where I don't have the BCI and we didn't calculate them. But you can see when I'll show you a graph, there's a trend that the maintenance and rehabilitation is working. And you can see there's a trend, an upward trend where rehabs are performed, and there's a downward trend where you see incremental decreases in structure where just wear and tear generally lower the BCI. So we recommend continuing to follow the OSIM guidelines and maintain the structures to avoid a sudden increase in capital costs. So this is, I'm not going to go through this really detailed, but the horizontal line here is the average BCI for each of the inspection cycles that we did, and you can see an upward trend with a large increase here from the red to the black in 2016 to 2020, where you saw the replacement of Coker Road, and that shot that up to near 100. We also saw the same thing with 7th Avenue South, and so that overall brought your average up quite significantly. And then, you know, on structures where you haven't seen a lot of rehab, like here, 1st Avenue, incremental decreases over time, and that's expected. So this is a good indicator that that I think the city of Kenora is doing a good job at maintaining its structures and investing in rehab and maintenance, and keeping the BCI values at reasonable levels. As I showed at the beginning, there's only 2 structures that are in that fair condition, and they're just, you know, slowly working their way into there. They're not at the low end of it either. So the 2024 recommendations really are to continue with these inspections every 2 years. Enhanced OSIM inspections are intended to take place every 6 years once the structure is 30 years old, or at the frequency recommended in our reports. If we think, for example, Matheson Street, we recommended that be increased to, I believe it's every 4 years instead of 6. And the key to maintenance prioritization is the key to bridge management. You know, finding out, getting on top of your defects quickly and not allowing them to deteriorate too drastically, and then prioritizing some of the higher risk items and finding out your risk, your probability of service interruption, and your consequences of service interruption. If you have a major defect that requires complete shutdown of the bridge, and the likelihood of major defects impacting the use of it, then your risk is generally higher. Here's kind of an overall cycle, maintenance cycle. You know, you kind of want to stay in this circle as often as possible. You do your routine inspections, adjust your management, and figure out what maintenance you need to do. You perform your maintenance, and you continue in that loop, and then every so often you dip over to here, and you complete a major capital project like a recoding or a rehab, and then you fall back in here and you continue to loop around. And that is conclusion of my presentation, so I can open it up. I shouldn't say I can, but if there are any questions, please feel free. Thank you. I hope I wasn't too long there either, but thank you for the time.
So there are some questions. Councillor Bernie?
Sure.
It's not really a hardball question, Eric. I just, you mentioned a lot of the bridges, there's pieces missing and signs and like washers. Where do they go? Are they just fall off, or? I know people will steal anything that's not nailed down.
Sometimes you know, a contractor may have put something in, or it's possible that they were short one, or they dropped it. If it's a minor thing, it could have just been dropped and they said, "Oh, forget it." It's not, you know, we don't know for sure, right? The signs that go missing, they could be knocked off. Maybe if there's an oversized vehicle or something, they could knock something off, or just corroded connections on signs. If sign is connected, say, to the concrete, the bolts may corrode and the sign can fall off. It's difficult to say where they go. They could just be missing. They may not have been secured tightly, or perhaps not engaged all the way. Sometimes that happens where the bolt is sticking down and there isn't enough of the threads exposed, and then that gets screwed on as best they can. But over time, with vibrations in the structure, it may have loosened that nut, and it could have fallen off.
Okay, thanks.
Eric, I was wondering if you could take your presentation down off the.
Oh, sure. Yes, sorry.
And then it's Mayor Poirier. I have a question, just going back to item number. It says maintenance recommendations. So obviously the money, or the chart with the figures, where you have like urgent, and then you have less than 1 year, less than 2 years, then you go the 1 to 5 year window, and then the 6 to 10. So just so I'm correct in this, when I add all those up and that we're approaching, or we're basically at 60 million or thereabouts. I know some are urgent and some are kind of on the cusp of becoming urgent, or they might be at a higher risk. But just for clarity in that, are we basically over the next 10 years, are we looking at roughly $60 million in bridge rehabilitation, repair, rebuild, whatever you want to call it?
Not necessarily, no. The big ticket item you can see is obviously the Portage Bay replacement, and so that could, depending on the results of the investigation, if you perform a coding condition survey and take a look at how the substructure is performing and really go through a preliminary design type of effort, the potential for that, it changes the outcome. You could, in theory, rehabilitate the structure and maybe get yourself, I can't put a defined number on how many years you could get out of it if you perform a rehab. For simplicity's sake, let's say 20. Let's say 20 years, you perform your rehab. You could delay the replacement of that structure potentially by another 20 to 25 years if a substantial rehab is done. And but it would be difficult to determine whether or not the rehab can actually do perform the way that you want. The other thing to consider is the challenges with replacing that structure as well. I mean, there's a cost estimate here that we've got, but everybody knows the location there is quite complex. It's over the channel, so there are navigation requirements that have to be met. There's environmental. It's sandwiched in between two inclines. Coming from the south, you're coming up slightly to it, and then you cross the bridge, and then you have another hill and railway tracks and a turn. So replacement of the structure as well is complex, and so rehab, if it can get another 20 years or whatever the number may be, it could be worth it, because there may be more that has to be looked at beyond the structure itself. There could be limitations on the road network, and we've done this for the city of Winnipeg, where there's a large trust within the city, the Arlington Street Bridge, and we had to analyze the road network north and south to determine, okay, well, the structure needs to go or have some major work done to it, but is the underlying issue the congestion on it, flow of traffic? How can we improve all of that? And does the bridge need to be in this location or should it be elsewhere? Those are things that would have to be looked at in that investigation. But going back to your original question, if you're looking at a $60 million investment within the next 10 years, I don't necessarily think so. No, you can address a lot of it by continuing with the maintenance and rehab work.
Okay, well, that's nice to hear. Thank you. Eric, there's another question of Councillor Van Bellingham.
Thank you. Just sort of maybe hopping on to Mayor Poirier's question, by performing the detailed coding condition survey and the concrete substructure condition survey, that will give us a clear indication as to, in regards to timelines, if there is a rehabilitation versus reconstruction. Am I correct in thinking that?
In addition to a preliminary design, those three items would help determine whether or not it can include sort of a cost-benefit analysis to say, and look at all the factors and say, is it a rehab direction, is it a replacement direction, or is it a do nothing? Is it worth rehabbing it for the sake of not being able to put larger vehicles on the bridge? That will help determine the direction that the city should proceed with.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Eric? Before we move on? Well, thank you very much, Eric, for that informative presentation, and I know that staff are looking forward to reviewing that and implementing. So,
Thank you very much again for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Your Worship, if I could, just to jump in, I do want to commend the staff, the work that Marco and the engineering team has done. I mean, you know, I think we got this fairly recently, but you can see the anticipation that's gone into the capital budgeting process. And I know we have the capital budget on the agenda today, and you're going to see some of the foresight that we've applied to putting those projects in over the next 5 years, $17.65 million into our bridges. And I just want to reiterate, the good work that Marco and his team have done is really in spite of, you know, a lack of sustainable funding for bridge infrastructure. And we do what we can with the infrastructure funding that comes from the federal and provincial governments. But it is a real challenge for the city to continue to manage those bridges, particularly the 9 that were downloaded in the late 1990s. So I really just do want to commend Marco and his team because they are getting by on a very limited amount of funding and doing an incredible job at keeping our bridge condition indexes where they are. And yeah, I just want to thank Marco and his team because it shows today the hard work that you put in to make sure that we are in good shape. So thanks.
okay. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.
Okay, moving on in the agenda under reports, we have corporate services. So we have 1.1 section 357s. And who's going to speak to?
That would be Ryan.
Ryan? Okay.
That's Rachel's report, Ryan, for the section 357s for tax rate adjustments.
So this tax rate adjustment you have before you is related to a fire at that property. So the request for adjustment has come through for that reason.
Okay. Any questions of council? Councilor Bellingham?
Sorry.
Well, don't
There-
apologize.
There was also just a little bit related to school boards. Could you speak to, just so I have an understanding?
I think that what that's referring to is the portion that's school board related. So we,
Oh, okay, sorry, I
Right.
understand.
is that clear?
From the amount from the house, a portion of that goes back to the school board.
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Okay, moving on, 1.2 Ontario Good Roads Association delegation requests. And I think that was Heather.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So as council is aware, the OGRA conference is coming up, April 16th to 19th. We have 2 members of council registered to attend. And you would be familiar with the Roma conference that some members just attended and how the minister delegations take place. Council typically has a conversation with, you know, what are the issues we would like to present or request delegations to present. There's no guarantee that we will get them. But the conversation, typically staff will make the recommendations of, you know, here are the things that we would like presented or to be considered, and then council has the opportunity to also provide input on issues that you feel should be presented to the various ministers. So this item is really to give the opportunity for council to have that discussion. You do not have to submit, especially since Roma, you just came off the heels of Roma, but there may be other issues that council wishes to discuss here, and then staff can do the research and come up with the development of the packages and things like that. It's more at a high level just on the issues or the topics.
Councilor Bellingham.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. Are all of the same ministers there at OGRA that are at?
There's no way to guarantee which ministers will be there. Lots of times we'll put the submission in, they'll say minister won't be there, it'll be a PA. Or just one of the members of their staff. So you don't know for sure that the particular minister will be there. You have the opportunity to submit to all of the various ministries, just no guarantee that the minister itself will be there.
Councilor Koch.
Just further to that, are there some that typically attend some versus others conferences?
You know what, for the most part, you know, history has shown they've all tried to attend most of the time. So it's pretty infrequent. The AMO one is the most popular one where you'll see the most amount of ministers. And then it varies between the OGRA and the Roma conferences. as far as attendance wise, but they are very well attended because they're in Toronto or close, area. So, but having said that, we've also had great attendance at the NOMA conference where various ministers have come to the NOMA conference. So, I couldn't say one way or the other how many, overall attend, but they do try to have staff if they're not attending.
Thanks.
I think, I guess, just maybe speaking to things to address, since it is an Ontario Good Roads Association conference, and we just had a very extensive presentation on our bridge. I don't know if there is benefit in having another delegation, and I know the minister wasn't there when we had the delegation with Roma, so I would maybe argue that it would be beneficial to bring that forward, based on the response being that they're sort of working with the federal government in order to come up with a trilateral funding agreement. I still think it's worth putting the pressure on the fact that we do have, to your point, your worship, hefty bills coming down the pipeline when it comes to bridge rehabilitation.
Any other question? Yeah, I'll kind of step away from the chair. I agree in that. I think at every opportunity, every chance we get, we need to keep emphasizing, and in fact, I brought it up when we were dealing with the ministers this morning about the challenges we have, because we have to redirect valuable financial resources to bridges, and we're trying to help speed up the delivery of more homes, which infrastructure costs money. So, I mean, it goes hand in hand. So I think every opportunity we have, now we have that additional or new information that we didn't have in January to go back to them. And I know they're going to get sick and tired of hearing us, but they're going to hear it. We're going to have to keep advocating on behalf of our municipality about these exorbitant costs, and we need help. So I agree. The other thing to keep in mind too is a week after that NOMA, because if you look at the information that we were sent, there's a pretty good lineup of ministers there. I was quite surprised actually. And there's the transportation minister, I think, is going to be attending NOMA, or at least it stated that. So there's a second opportunity to meet with ministers and advocate, and sometimes it's a little less formal, where you can actually get the ear of a minister or staff just in a side room, and not necessarily going through the formal process that we're doing now for these. So I think we have two kicks at the cat, like in April, and I think if we can advocate, I think personally pick one or two like really pressing items. Going in with 8, I'll be quite honest with you, everything gets lost, and that I think we need to concentrate on the things that we need to concentrate on, and we know what those are now. So I'd be for doing that with whoever's going to attend, as long as you're okay to make these presentations on behalf of the city to the ministers. So.
Okay, so I'm hearing 1.
I just have a question. Previously, when we discussed OGRA, we did not have a staff person identified as attending. Is that since?
Yes, I have a meeting with the new Director of Engineering and Infrastructure, and we're going to talk about that tomorrow.
I didn't want to confirm it today, but it's looking good.
So we're going to chat about that tomorrow. We will have a staff person there. Somebody.
Okay, any other questions on that? So we'll continue that. I think we have till March.
Yeah, I have to have the submissions by March 17th. So all I have to do is just submit what the topic is. I don't need the full package completed by then, and I'll work with Marco and Greg on updates from the current report. So.
Okay, good. Thank you. So moving on the agenda, 3.1, Crime Prevention and Community Wellbeing Advisory Committee Terms of Reference. So this was a deferral from our January meeting. So it's back on the agenda again. So I think everybody's read like Like we have the bylaw, or we had it with our package. So is there any staff member that wishes to lead this, or?
So that's me.
Okay.
So at the January council meeting, council wanted this to be deferred to February 8th and come back for more time for consideration of what they feel should be changed within the terms of reference. So I've made some procedural changes just to strengthen the committee as far as if it did become an avenue where the public is going to attend on a regular basis. We just want to have, similar to the council chambers, where there's some procedural rules of order for the chair and the vice chair. And so I've included those, but outside of, the membership and things like that, that is really up to council. It's your discretion of who and what bodies, not the name, but the bodies of what who you believe the voting members should be of the committee. So again, the terms of reference can come back again once the committee starts functioning and the members get in place. We can review this again. This isn't a one and done. But most important out of this is the voting members, so that we can get the committee in place, those names in place and get moving.
Councillor Byrne?
I looked it over and I support all the recommendations, the procedural recommendations, and I think they're important. Yeah, I think, just the language about the decorum of the meetings, deputations, that type of thing. This is new, so I think it's important to have those clear parameters in place. So I support the amendments. And again, you're talking about the voting members, I think the initial language here says up to 15. We've had conversations about that, if that's too large, too unwieldy. But I think, minimum, there's language here as well about it shall include representation from the following sectors, and I think there's about 7 there. So anyway, I think we can find a working number that will allow us to be efficient and make decisions. But I like the way this is going now.
Councillor Chase.
Thank you, Your Worship. I recall one of our conversations when we were talking about voting members, there was a suggestion about maybe having a member from the justice side of things, court system, probation system, something of that nature. I think that perspective or lens could also help identify certain gaps in some of some of the things that are leading to our problems and our safety issues. So just wanted to bring that back up and throw it to the group for discussion.
Councillor Moncrief?
Yeah, and following up on James' comment, I was also thinking youth probation. I mean, if we're talking about interrupting a cycle, that's, I think, where we may have success, and so I think it's important that they not be left off.
Okay, just so I understand, because I know there was outreach from some individuals who are actually on the committee now to get things going. Are we at a point now where we can firm up who, like the areas in the community and that are going to be represented on the committee? Are we at that point and then begin to go out and, I guess, recruit members for the committee? Or am I off on I'm just wondering where we're going with this. Because I was under the impression we were going to keep this on the radar, but we were actually going to hire a coordinator to come in and start working on some of these items, and that's fine to have a committee, but what are they going to do? Like, we need to have we can't start, we don't want to start this wrong. We want to have someone coordinating this, unless there's a staff member that's able to coordinate it as we're moving forward until such time as we have a community or coordinator for this area. So, Councillor.
Thank you. If I may, I think to your point, Your Worship, there was the language in here is that the staff person is the community and safety well-being coordinator, which we all, and correct me if I'm wrong on that. I thought that's what it said in here. So I don't know what we're looking at time frame wise. Is it worth starting to, I guess, how long do we sort of wait if we don't have someone in that role for 4 to 6, I don't know what the time frame is for hiring people. If we don't have someone in that role, is there I think there's valuable work that this committee could get started in, and it might take some time in the interim to appoint or find recruitment in all of these different, and maybe fingers crossed they sort of line up at the same time. But I guess in lieu of, if that role isn't filled, is there a different staff person who's sort of tasked, or because I think to your point, worry about this sitting on the corner of people's desks, as we like to say around here.
Councillor Montreal.
Yeah, I agree. I think once we pass the terms of reference, there's no reason why it can't run parallel to the hiring process, and then hopefully the timing lines up. I mean, it sounds, from the presentation this morning, it sounds more like we need a cheerleader than a, you know what I mean? Then it seems like we're gonna need an animator, someone that's gonna get people involved, and so, you know, that might be a specific. It's a broader net than I thought. I thought it was going to be more sort of enforcement style personality, but I think it's going to be a broader net as far as who the person is, and so I think it'll be, in my mind, it's going to be easier to fill than I thought it was. I don't know if that's true or not. By no means. So I think they can run parallel. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, everyone's point's well taken. I agree that there's a certain urgency to get it started, but I'm also hesitant to get it started with the wrong intentions. It's a very particular set of skills that this facilitator, and Felix talked about us being a conciliator, because there's very strong representation, I'll put it that way, in the factors or the people that we're going to bring to the table. And in order to keep this going in the same direction and not have it go in one direction based on the strong personalities and strong agendas at the table, it needs to be done, I think, we have to follow procedure, we have to follow a pathway. And I get it that we want to get it going, but I think it has to be done. We have to lay our foundation before moving forward. You know, I'm just one voice. If we can do this, if we can reconcile the two, fine. But I just think that I'm really cautious of starting this properly. I mean, we just had a presentation, you know, about our bridges, and it's a very structured procedure that we're following. I think we have to apply that same thinking to this. It needs to be, we need to lay our foundation and then do outreach to the community based on, you know, recommendations here. We still haven't decided on what's the number going to be. Is it going to be 7? Is it going to be 15? So that has to be done very cautiously in my mind. But if we can somehow compromise, and again, I look to senior management for their input on this as well. But as far as timelines are concerned, and who would do this if we didn't have a coordinator in place, I've just been involved in this before, and as I said, there are competing interests in the community with all these factions. Not that we're all not going in the same direction, but we have to maintain that balance and be cautious of that. So,
So Councillor Koch and then Councillor Chase.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I hear your points, Councillor Bernie. I would just offer that these terms of reference give us that flexibility. So I don't think we need to land on a lower number. We can collectively decide when we're doing our appointments how many we actually appoint at a given time. I do think it might be worthwhile maybe starting with a lower number, and then once the process starts kind of feeling out if there's gaps and where to fill them, that makes sense. And I would also say that by and large, the players within these sectors are not going to change regardless of when we start a recruitment process. And so I think it makes sense to start putting it out there now, because certainly the people we have already appointed are really wanting to see some movement, and the community is wanting to see some movement, and I think this is a really easy first step to show that we're working on this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to weigh in on the timing, we're really trying to put together a high-performing team, and I think the best analogy that I can find is that the coordinator that we're going to be hiring as a member of the city staff is more or less the quarterback or the coach or the captain, and I don't know about putting that team together without having that role filled first. I think a lot of the influence and direction coming from the city is going to come through that coordinator in terms of what the expectations are, what the roles are, how the meetings are going to be run, what the goals are, and to convene meetings with these individuals and bring somebody in a coordination level and after the fact might make it difficult for that organization to work really effectively. Like I've done a lot of committee work, and you need good leadership, and committees that don't have a strong chair and a strong leader and somebody at a high level reporting back to, in my understanding that role is going to report directly to the CAO. I just don't want people with certain agendas or certain lenses to really limit the scope of work that can be accomplished with that group. And I want to make sure we bring somebody in, the highest caliber to really work with these individuals to identify problems, to bring people together and collaborate, to really have difficult conversations. And I think there's going to be a bit of hesitation because of some of the competing interests, the limited resources that these organizations fight over, to be able to have really open conversations, and they're going to be fearful of saying the wrong thing. And I think if we have that coordinator in place, they can be the avenue to really direct those types of conversations. And I don't want to rush into this. Like, I know everybody's really anxious and motivated to start doing some work, and everyone's rallying behind what we're hoping to achieve here. But like we heard in the presentation this morning, I mean, this is a slow process, and this is going to be a generational change. And I just don't want to rush, and I want to make sure, to my personal opinion, that we get a coordinator hired first. That's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
I guess the mayor's out, so I'll pitch it here. Councillor Van Bellingham.
Thank you. This is probably a procedural question, so I maybe wish also the city clerk would come up, or if someone from staff could maybe help me with this. My understanding of when we are appointing people to this committee, it still will be council appointments, correct? There might be staff recommendations, but it's not as if the person who fills this role is going to be appointing the people on this committee.
Correct.
Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I know Roberta had her hand up.
Just to give an update, so that posting is up. We're in active recruitment for the coordinator. We have put a close date of February 17th. That's really to generate interest and to help people get their application in. We are actively sourcing, and through our recruitment officer, she, through a variety of channels, makes contact to see if people would be interested and to help promote the recruitment. So I have actually just sent a request just to see the uptake so far. But as of February 17th, we will review, but we will continue to recruit in the event that we haven't found the right fit for that role.
And just a little bit of a further update. So I want you to know, first of all, that the two individuals that have been appointed to the committee, we did reach out to them. The three updates that we provided were that council would be talking about the terms of reference here today, that we were in active recruitment on the community safety and wellbeing coordinator. And just so that you guys know as well, have reached out to a number of firms on potentially doing the plan for us. And so we're currently gathering quotes on that, so we can begin to move forward. And it is tough. And senior leadership, we have a lot of these chicken and egg conversations. Do you do the plan first? And we spend a lot of time, and I think there's different avenues. I think it's always hard to thread the needle on the exact sequence of the way you want things to play out. So. Certainly here, I think it's important to recognize, and I know things have changed a little bit, but the only substantial change that I've heard council talk about here today is maybe adding a justice representative. So we did put this out, it would have been, I guess, between August and October, Heather, for advertising, and we've only received the two initial applications. So I do believe that there is some renewed interest, and we have been waiting for direction from council before reinitiating the recruitment process, which is really more advertising, I would say, more than recruitment. We're looking to sort of cast a wide net and allow people to decide whether or not. So we're not exactly tapping people on shoulders or anything like that. And so I just want to share that insight. So I think we need to return to the idea about what council wants to do around appointments. I think that's a decision point that we need to make today, but just wanted to provide an update on those 3 key things. And I did want to let you know that we made contact with those 2 appointees to make sure that they understand that we value their willingness to put their name forward and that we are moving, but there has been some game-changing events over the past couple months. And to Councillor Chase's point, we want to make sure we get this right and support council in the community moving forward.
And I just received an update. We have quite a few candidates that have already applied that are meeting the qualifications. So we're already seeing healthy interest.
I just want to say, you said the closing date's February 17th.
February 17th.
So that's 10 days from now.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, we're talking generational change. I think 10 days we wait. And again, no disrespect, but two individuals. I think Kyle's reached out. There's a bigger scope here. So I'm content to just wait till we have somebody hired.
Okay. Do we have consensus on that?
Sorry?
Do we have consensus on just?
Yeah, the staff, do you have direction now as to where we're going? Well, because we brought it back up on the agenda, yes. So I think you were looking for some direction on the terms of reference and what we're going to do for recruiting members.
Yes.
I'm assuming that was the question today, so.
Well, so I hear we want to add a justice category. We can certainly do that. I guess I would be looking for, and I know it's administrative, but I would be looking for some direction around, should we be doing a little more active recruitment? Should we be sending emails to these organizations and saying, do you have somebody that would be interested? I know sometimes we kind of want to steer clear of sort of, creating that, tap on the shoulder type of perception. Or do we just want to open this back up to the community and see what we get? Because maybe now, given what's happened, I mean, I know I've personally taken phone calls where people have indicated an interest in participating. So maybe the floodgates will open on this next round. And that's my update, and I know Councillor Koch.
Councillor Koch.
Thank you. I guess if we're kind of trying to get to a consensus on everything, I would agree on the addition of the justice piece. I think it's a good idea to contact these organizations that we've indicated here directly. I think because that's also a piece that will take time, because there's lots of capacity discussions that take place within these organizations to land on the right person who will give it the attention that it needs. And in addition to the more broad public recruitment, I think is important.
And if I may add one other thing.
Yes.
The other thing council just may want to consider as this terms of reference to be brought forward with the discussion today is you'll notice that on voting members in the 15, there is not a voting member of council on that committee. So that, if that is something that council wants to consider, having a voting member on that committee, we should incorporate that into it now.
I agree with that. I think that's something we should absolutely have.
Okay, that would form, like if we're at the 15 mark, that would form part of that?
Yeah, the way that the terms of reference reads, it's up to 15 members and should be composed of these following. So just one category that's not included is a voting member of council. So mayor has veto ex officio, but that is for the mayor, not for members of council.
So would that take away from an employee being a voting member on this?
It would just be included in the 15 that you can consider.
Okay.
So you don't have to choose the employee. Don't know why you wouldn't. You don't have to choose the member of council, but it should be included as a voting member. And out of that list of people who apply and the selections you have, you can choose who those people are.
That was just for, Councillor.
Thank you. So for consensus, I guess also I would agree with the recommendations in regards to the justice piece and to adding a member of council as a voting member. And I guess I would agree with Councillor Koch in
in regards to reaching out directly, if these are people that we specifically, or if these are organizations we specifically want to have their voices represented, I think that the onus is on us to reach out to them. In regards to now versus 10 days, I agree with you, Councillor Bernie, but I also wonder if there's any harm in getting the wheels going as far as just the paperwork side and getting applications and that, or like a advertising piece ready to go, so that we're sort of ready to go when we're ready to go. Because I might be wrong, but I wonder if we will have everyone willing to go right as soon as the application is posted or whatever. And maybe we will, so maybe I'm wrong and just being nervous about how long it's going to take to recruit to fill all these roles as well.
Councillor Bernie and then Councillor Moncrief.
In my mind, I think these agencies that are listed here under the shall, they'll be ready to go.
Yeah.
This is not a new conversation. You know, Councillor Chase has done committee work. I think everybody here has. I've done this. I've reached out. There'll be an appetite to be involved in this. I'm pretty confident.
Councillor Moncrief.
So yes, I agree with all of that, except including youth probation as well as just not
I think it's
in that justice category.
I think there's something representative of that.
Custodial services.
I just want, it's a subtle thing, but I do want to touch on it. So, you know, it's important to recognize in each one of these bullet points, you know, it says may include. So there's no limitations, and there's members at large as well. So I think council has a fair amount of flexibility. So I know it's always hard. You look at the list and you're sort of like, does that hit every bucket? But there is flexibility. So I think you know, I think what's more important to your point, Councillor Moncrief, is that we make contact with that organization to make sure that hopefully they can find somebody to put forward.
That was part B of my comment, that I think, yes, I agree that staff should start tapping people on the shoulder. I know there's an appetite, and I know particularly these agencies that are involved in other committees that we're all involved in are keen to get going, but it's a matter of capacity and who in that agency will be tasked with being involved. So I'd like to give them a bit of time. So it would be my preference of staff, if we instructed staff to go ahead and start tapping.
So how do we decide on?
Well, I'm just going to step back from the chair. So when I look at this, all this is great. It's all representative of like education, social agencies. What I don't see here is the business community. I do not see this on here. And I want it actually as a voting member. Like I want a category, or I would ask that we look at having a category for the business people. This isn't just about probation and whatever. This is about the whole community, and it better be representative of the whole community. So that's the one thing that's kind of stuck out at me. And the other thing is, I think we need to get in the habit of, like when we look at representing the healthcare sector, I think our go-to is the All Nations Healthcare or Health Partners, because they are an umbrella for many things. And I think that just encompasses all the healthcare, like all the area. Now, if we can't get one from there, then I think we look, but I think we need to reach out to like the All Nations Health Partners, because that's the direction they're trying to build and go in, is to be like that umbrella for everything, and we need to begin to embrace that. So just a couple of comments of mine. Councillor Conch and then Councillor Bernie.
I would just caution that All Nations Health Partners does not necessarily cover public health, which I feel is a key player in this work. It should be standalone. Public health fits in a weird spot in the Ontario Health Team stuff. And I just wouldn't want to not approach them as part of that.
In an effort to try and work through the conversation, would anybody on council be opposed to Mayor Poirier's proposal regarding a member of the business community?
No.
That's great.
Would anybody be opposed to specifically mentioning a representative representing the All Nations Health Partners? And then that would sort of separate maybe from the public health piece, Councillor Koch? Would that address your concern?
Sure.
What do you think of?
I think.
Oh, I was just, in regards to that, aren't a lot of the players in the All Nation Health Partners also listed in the different groups that we have on?
I would say, honestly,
Most.
So I just wonder if it's repetitive.
I don't know if I see it the same way. I see 3, 4, 5. Oh, you know, maybe I'd say at least half of the membership entities are in there. So we don't have to. Just Mayor Poirier's brought it forward, so I just wanted to see if we could get consensus around that. And I can promise that we'll reach out through the All Nations Health Partners during the recruitment.
Okay, I think it was Councillor Bernie, then Councillor Nabaga, and then Councillor Chase.
So just from my experience, and something I think we need to be mindful of, and it'll play out as we move along, but the broad overarching kind of initiatives that one of the main tenets of this is that somebody from an agency can go back and affect change at that agency. If you bring a large collaborative to the table, they're not going to be able to do that. Because if you've got 6 agencies under an umbrella, and we ran into this, and it's noted here, and I'll say this, that CAMH, a person who represents the mental health sector, this may include CMHA Kenora, which operate out of Kenora, have boots on the ground, and CAMH. CAMH don't have a footprint here in Kenora, or a very minimal footprint, and to affect change in the community, they can't do it. So we have to be mindful of that. You know, having agencies at the table, the business sector has been mentioned, and youth probation, the justice sector, that can affect change in our community. Province-wide or very overarching, it doesn't translate to any to real operationalizing things in our community. So just want to be mindful of that. And one last thing, under membership and voting, there's a caveat here, section 3.10. Additional committee members may be appointed by council pending the growth of activities undertaken. So it's right in the language here. You know, it's going to evolve as we get going. But again, I just want to comment on that. Having agencies at the table that are, you know, provincial and regional, that doesn't always equate to being able to operationalize something in the community. Something that, you know, I've lumped up against before. So, thanks.
Councillor, are you okay?
Yeah, that was.
Councillor Chase?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I mean, being the council-appointed rep on the All Nations Health Partners Board, I do see quite a bit of overlap with some of the individuals that are coming from these different sectors in healthcare. Like there is already kind of representation there indirectly, and rather than, you know, task one of the partner members to have another committee to go work on, I would just maybe suggest that this is some work that I could report back to them on, and I'll provide updates to them in meetings on, versus requiring them to send somebody to our meeting and have somebody sit on 2 committees. Like a lot of that work that's being done at the highest levels, again, not to keep saying this, but it is off the side of someone's desk, and I just worry that by including this as a requirement in our terms of reference to have a member from the All Nations Health Partners, like that's a harder spot to fill because they're already very busy. And their primary job in the healthcare world, I mean, we're taking them away from being able to provide services to their clients and work on their programs directly, where I think it's the other reverse thing where I could bring some of the high-level feedback from some of our working meetings to them and report to them, and then that can be disseminated to the appropriate partners. So that's just a food for thought. It's kind of the way that I see it. I really appreciate your suggestion and comments about including the business community. I think it's vital, and I'm glad that that is going to be included, as well as your suggestions, Councillor Moncrief. So anyway, I just wanted to provide that commentary. Thank you.
Councillor Concher.
Thanks. I would just offer that if we're hiring a body to do the work, that's another person who could, you know, attend those meetings or be linked into that crew as well, which I think will be really important.
So are we...
Heather, are you able to repeat back?
Yeah, I think the only thing I don't have clear over consensus, and maybe you did when I went to the washroom quickly, but is just are we waiting for the person? Are we going to start to actively recruit once council passes the terms of reference right away? Are we going to start sending out direct inquiries? Is council, do we have consensus on that one?
I believe I heard consensus, but let's make sure.
I'll start with Councillor Manson.
I'm good.
Go ahead.
Go now.
Well, we have to pass it first.
I know, I mean, start when we pass.
Councillor
I'd rather
Gurley.
pause, wait.
Sorry?
I'd rather wait.
Okay, Councillor Chase?
I'd rather wait as well.
Okay, Councillor Van Bellingham?
I'd like to start.
I'd like to go.
Okay, and I'd like to just wait until we have someone in place, but anyways, the majority rules, so we'll, it'll come to council next week and then we'll.
Yeah, just to be clear, there's no decision on proceeding with recruitment at the meeting. All there is passing this.
Yeah.
Just so we're clear.
But we've heard that, and of
Yeah.
course, when we have applications, when we get to a point, we'll bring those back to council in March or April. So, but we'll initiate the recruitment. We've heard that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great discussion. Moving on the agenda, under corporate services 4.1, 2023 5-year capital budget approval. Ryan?
Yes, thank you. So this report is to bring the 2023 capital budget forward for approval. There is a number of budget meetings that occurred over a period of time with council, and there was the following changes that were provided to administration. So the first one is to defer downtown revitalization to tender construction, design and tender to 26 and 27 respectively. To use an additional Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund of 1.2 million to be allocated to roads infrastructure, replacing the net tax levy funding. And finally, replace office renovation expansion net tax levy funding of 242,000 with reserve funding.
So those changes have been made and are reflected in the documents behind the council report there.
Correct.
Any questions of council? Councillor Manson?
I just have a comment. This year's budget has been set with the best intentions by a very progressive council of change, let's get it done attitude. It was done with careful thought, debate, and consideration, but in the end is a budget, in my opinion, our taxpayers cannot afford. And I implore council to reconsider.
Okay, are you, Councillor Van Bellingham?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to tag on before I go into my piece to Councillor Manson, there is no net tax levy implications for this capital budget that we are discussing at the moment, just so that the residents are aware of that. I want to start off by just giving an absolute kudos to the staff on being able to find so many alternative funding options, including grant money, a healthy use of reserve funds, and a big thank you to the province for that additional OSIF interjection. That's really helped our budget. With the capital budget, we are elected to provide the strategic vision of the Corporation of the City of Kenora. It is also our job as council to make sure we are upholding the financial integrity of the city. When I think of the financial integrity of the city, I think of all our assets and liabilities in balance. Similar to a personal net worth statement, financial integrity is built on assets outgrowing liabilities. As we are all aware, we have a considerable infrastructure deficit. There are huge dollars attached to the rehabilitation of these assets, as we've just seen in the presentation from Stantec earlier. The last few years have really shown the impacts of not adequately maintaining our infrastructure. We have chosen, and we are all aware of the economy that we are in, but we have chosen a pay now or pay later mentality for too long, and the bill is now past due.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Well, I'll just finish off with council maybe. Any other? No? So again, I'll step back from the chair. I just want to make sure, in light of the new information we received this morning from Eric, from the Brit, I'm assuming that we don't have to make any material changes to 23. I'm more concerned about right now for the capital budget.
looking at you, Mark.
Okay, so in terms of the bridge infrastructure
Well,
report?
in light of Eric's information, which was the bridge audit,
I think the
is there
one-
any, just a minute please, is there any material changes to the 2023 capital budget? Not beyond that, because we always make modifications and changes. Do we have to go back between now and next week if we vote on it, to make any changes with additional funds? Is it like, or maybe you can't answer that right now, but we should know that before we vote on it.
Yeah, no, I think the way the budget's been presented to date, we're looking at that 2024 range out for, starting some of the investigative studies he's talked about and actually performing some of that work. So in 2023 here, we have a very modest amount going towards bridges in terms of very minor maintenance, like the missing bolts and things of that nature, miscellaneous cleaning and so on. So no, in 23, we're still expecting, what's been presented in the capital budget, which is probably more reflected in the operating budget for the general maintenance that's been described in some of the items that's come up in the bridge report here. So there's no surprises. I think that's kind of changed our mind with the presentation of the report in the Stantec 2022 report to push anything quicker than we need to. That's already been kind of forecast in the 5-year program.
Okay, thank you. Councillor.
Following up on that, there were several things that he brought up, such as lighting, signage, navigational signs, which could be also a liability issue, brush overgrowth, and cleanup of needles that I think could be done in-house without any impact to the budget prior to next year, and I hope they've been added to a list somewhere.
Yeah, those minor maintenance types of I guess conditions and reviews that come back would be handled under the operating budgets and not necessarily a capital budget for those types of scopes of work.
Thanks.
Okay.
Just around process, I just wanted to reiterate, so this is just the capital budget that you have in front of you today. We have 1 or 2 pieces of outstanding information that we're awaiting on for the operating budget, and as soon as we receive that, we will reschedule or schedule a follow-up meeting on the operating budget. And the water and sewer budgets are now in your calendars on February 24th in the morning and March 1st in the evening. So that's just an update on process for budget. So capital today, operating, water and sewer still to follow.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. So that'll come forth next week for council to vote on. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, fire and emergency services. Item 2.1, 2022 annual compliance report.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. I've got 3 documents in front of you this morning. I think it's imperative as the fire chief to report to council not only on our annual activities, but to make sure that council's aware we're in compliance with the 2 pieces of legislation that kind of fall under our department, being the Fire Protection and Prevention Act and the Emergency Management Act. So the first report is just kind of a high-level report to tell council or to make council aware how we report to the ministry on our compliance, and I guess to reference back to best practices. So that is the annual compliance report, and then typically the departments report quarterly to council on their activities. So I provided a Q4 report and then just kind of rolled everything up over the course of the year and provided you kind of with an overall annual report as to the activities of the department. So those are both just information reports.
Any questions of council? No? Okay, thank you.
One more, sir.
Well, actually, you got a couple more, I think, don't you?
Well, I wrapped those 2 together, sorry, Your
Okay.
Worship. So the other report for you is the Municipal Forest Management Agreement, so agreement with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. So the last one was done in 2018. We sat down with a couple of their representatives and looked at our training, our staffing, what service we can provide within our municipality when it comes to wildland fires. So we are recommending to change from the existing response criteria, the existing mapping, to keep everything south of the bypass, but everything north of the bypass, to basically take 200 meters off every arterial road And the reason we kind of picked the 200 meters is we can park our apparatus on the road or in someone's driveway and then take all our pre-connect hose, you know, to suppress the incident. And that way, obviously, they don't do any interior structure firefighting at the M&R, so again, that would be under our responsibility anyway. And then it's kind of one of those insurance pieces. Yes, it costs us a little more money to have the ministry cover more of the wildland, but that is more of their business when you get into, you know, large wildland fires. And one thing I learned, and there was a wildland fire, I believe, in 2019 near the water tower that the ministry came in and had some water bombers and etc. And the bill for that was over $40,000. So it's kind of one of those things, you know, do we pay a little bit more now, hoping that, you know, God forbid, we don't need to incur those costs, you know, during the course of the agreement. So I guess we're just looking for, and Heather, correct me if I'm wrong, just to pass so that the mayor and yourself can sign the agreement.
Yeah, it'll just be a resolution.
And it's a fairly modest increase, couple $1,000.
Yes, and it'll be covered under our operating list.
Yeah. And hopefully we don't have to use anything in excess of, because I remember the 2019 fire, and thank God for those mechanisms in place, because it would have been a lot worse.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So, any questions of council? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 3, engineering infrastructure, 3.1 quarterly report for engineering and infrastructure. Michael?
So just to give you an update of what's happened in the last quarter of 2022 on specific projects and work that was completed. Starting off with the engineering group, we have some major projects here. First one on the list in the report is the 2022 sewer and water rehabilitation project that involved 2nd Street South, 2nd Avenue South, and 7th Avenue South. In the last quarter, there was basically a lot of cleanup of the work. A majority of the work was done earlier in the year, so we had some electrical works to complete and basic cleanups of those works, and that project has since been completed. The other larger project that we had on the go in 2022 is the municipal paving project that involved 1st Avenue South near the Bannister Center for repaving, Highway 17 East repaving in the Sunset Strip, the continuation of Railway Street on Phase 2, and the repaving of the 9th Street North Hill. Basically, all of those main streets were completed in 2022 with the exception of one laneway which we were unable to, I guess, get to due to time constraints and whatnot with the contractors. So that funding and that lane portion of funding has now since been carried forward into 2023 to tackle another lane. Municipal Stormworks. Originally, we had contemplated some work on the Gould Road, culvert systems. That went out to tender, and due to the high water levels and flooding and whatnot that we had to revisit that and cancel that tender. It came in well over budget, so we refocused, and we ended up doing a section earlier in the year prior to this quarter along the Pro Auto Glass business there, where we had some storm sewer deterioration and collapsing. And then we focused on, in the 4th quarter here, some specific relining projects, kind of no-dig technology to reline the interior of the pipes in the Brickyard, 15th Avenue, 16th Avenue North area, where these pipes were going between houses from the back lane to the front street, so it made it very inconvenient to do any kind of open trench or full pipe replacements. So we did change gears there quite quickly to try and accommodate most of that budget in terms of different scopes of work with this relining work in the 4th quarter. The other project that was completed in the 4th quarter of 2022 is the Pinecone Drive failure area, which was significantly rehabilitated in regards to excavation of poor soils next to the road, installing a gravel shear key, and rebuilding that slope to rehabilitate that road and address the slope failures that were occurring there on a regular basis over the last few years. Next project that they were engineering was looking at was the Coker Road settlement area, and basically that's happening as we speak, coming up in another week, I believe next week. The geotechnical drilling and analysis investigation is going to be conducted, and we're hoping sometime in March or early April, depending on the results of the geotechnical works. We're expecting a report back from the consultant on what options the city has to address that specific settlement area. As you've seen today, the next thing on the docket for engineering was the bridge inspections, which we just had a presentation on. Typically we do, like I've said in the past, use that two-year inspection report to guide us in our upcoming bridge requirements and budgeting purposes. So that takes care of engineering. Solid waste, you'll see in the report there's lots of facts and figures at the front end of that report. You can kind of peruse through those as you wish in terms of the various types of recycling and solid waste quantities and data that were pushed through that facility and that operations during the fourth quarter. Probably the biggest thing to look at is the pie chart. It gives you a good representation on the different types of solid wastes and recycling materials in terms of percentages by weight on what the facility and that department handles on a quarterly basis. Not much change, I don't think, from previous types of reporting in terms of the quantities and whatnot. Some of the highlights, I guess.
Mark, sorry, I think Councillor Van Belina, and I think it's tied to what you were speaking about.
Okay.
Thank you, Acting Director.
Sorry.
I just, as a lay person, I see that hog fuel is like our biggest by weight. Can someone explain to me how that sits in our waste system and sort of what is there second life uses or anything like that of this waste material?
Yeah, so the hog fuel, it basically consists of bark and undesirables, I guess, from the warehouse or mill. Probably not good enough to burn, not good enough for any type of processes and whatnot that they use internally to create their products. So it is a waste product that needs to go somewhere. I guess the hog fuel itself is a good income for us in terms of the landfill, in terms of its quantities and easeability of it to work on the site. So we do use it on a regular basis for kind of daily cover material. So we're required to cover the garbage and the waste and the footprint of the active landfill to stop pests, birds, and animals from migrating into there. So we do use the hog fuel in some sense to give it a temporary cover. And when the hog fuel is not available or whatnot, we will use other sources like sand or pit materials to cover the garbage and keep it free from pests as best as possible. So it does have a bit of a ongoing use as part of it going into the landfill.
Thank you for that explanation. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Thanks, Marco. Want to proceed?
So some of the capital projects to note within the solid waste department, we ended up replacing the weigh scale in the fall, which was I guess a major achievement to try and keep the facility running. It took about a week or just over a week to replace that specific infrastructure, which we worked through various work plans and whatnot to keep the traffic in and out and try and keep the facility working as best as possible. So hopefully the life of that weigh scale is another 15 to 20 years before we have to look at that again. There's a new booth at the recycling facility. That's where attendants and summer students and whatnot will kind of work out of and kind of observe the recycling area along with the drop off, by bag per person area. The old scale shack was in quite a disrepair and not very workable and whatnot, and reaching the end of its life. So that's what that new booth is all about. We installed some new doors in the solid receiving facility, or the tipping floor. Seeing that those doors were quite heavily used on a daily basis in the last 15 or 20 years of the facility, those were seeing better days, so those were replaced with brand new doors. There was some fleet afoot to try and get a grizzly screener, but I think the budget and COVID and everything else and the availability of these types of screening units it just didn't quite fit the budget, so that kind of fell by the wayside. So what that would do is, we have since acquired permitting from the province to have an active pit within a kilometer or so of the landfill itself for our daily cover material requirements. So the grizzly screen here would be for screening that material out to try and get the larger stones and rocks which you don't want in the landfill, and try and sift that material down into a more usable product.
Councillor Koch has a question.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm jumping back to the last one. The final cost of replacement at 27 and change, that's for each door?
No, that was the total price.
Oh. Well,
So
the
there
budget
was
was 90, that's pretty
there was
big.
some savings in there for sure, because originally the project indicated the building floor and door repair. The floor repair was not required at this point in time, even though the budget had indicated that, so it was strictly the doors that were looked at in 2022.
Thank you.
Moving on to fleet services. Primarily the fourth quarter is typically reserved for getting our winter maintenance equipment up to speed in terms of the plows, the wings, the sanders, snow blowers, and things of that nature. So a fair amount of time was spent in preparation for winter activities. One thing that they did purchase was a backpack sander that gets installed on the rear of one of our sidewalk plows, so that both plowing and sanding can occur at the same time. A lot of maintenance for the small motors and lawn tractors and whatnot, in terms of buttoning up change of season from summer into winter operations. Those would have been taken care of in terms of maintenance and whatnot, getting those prepared for off-season kind of storage and whatnot for the summer type of equipment. One thing that the fleet department did look at is a battery-powered brush trimmer and backpack blower. So they're going to try and investigate to see if there's any efficiencies or savings or whatnot, changing from kind of gas-powered trimmers and grass cutters and whatnot to the electric type of battery-powered units, to see how that works. So that should be tested, in the upcoming summer season with the students and the various grass maintenance personnel that look after those types of scopes of work. Also the steamers, we have 2 steamers, 2 steam culverts and whatnot out, were also looked at to make sure that they were inspected and compliant, as those will be needed probably anytime in the near future with the melts and whatnot that we're going to be expecting, and freezing temperatures at night, to keep our culverts and storm systems flowing. One thing that was also looked at in the fourth quarter in discussion with the parks and cemetery staff was to make improvements to the road systems within the cemetery itself. In most cases, the cemetery was relying on road staff for plowing and sanding of the roads and whatnot, so there's been some equipment purchased, and specifically a sander has been installed in the rear of a 1-ton truck that cemetery staff can use at their own convenience to plow and maintain the roads within the cemetery, and not having to have the roads department kind of deviate from their typical road and lane maintenance during the winter months. Another thing that the fleet department looked at was our improvements to our rubber tire excavator in terms of an engine coolant heater. Typically in the winter, the backhoe is used, the bucket comes off, and what we call a kind of a vegetation flailing unit is put on the end of the boom, and is used to do roadside vegetation clearing and whatnot. with a large rotating cutter or blade on it. In the winter, it was imperative for that piece of equipment to venture out into the rural areas to perform its work, and then had to come back all the way back into the yard to be put into the garage for maintenance or storage overnight so it wouldn't freeze. So this specific engine coolant heater allows it to stay out in the field and parked in remote locations, and they can dial in when this heater is to start up in the morning, an hour or so, say, before they want to start work, and kind of it's almost like a remote block heater, like you would have for your vehicle. So I think we're going to hopefully see some improvements to some productivity, having the machines stay out in the field for longer periods, especially in the wintertime for this vegetation type of clearing operations that are conducted with that backhoe. And I guess another improvement too is they've purchased another slip fuel tank that would go in the back of the pickup truck that would eventually service this backhoe that is out in the field and will need fuel on a regular basis, as opposed to that kind of slow speed of vehicle having to traverse in the morning and afternoons back and forth from the yard. The fuel pumps that we have in our back 40 were inspected, and all the deficiencies that were noted there were repaired. Typically, a lot of the smaller vehicles, in terms of pickup trucks, SUVs, and even the dump trucks with sanding capabilities, are yearly coated with rust protection to try and gain some extra life for those vehicles, which is usually done in the fall. And I guess just as a wrap up there, they've spent over 2,400 hours of time on 179 vehicles that they've worked on, 88 preventative maintenance routines done on those vehicles, and obviously the regular maintenance and repair work to the full 200 plus vehicles that are part of that fleet. So moving on to roads, there was a lot of general work that typically occurs in that department in regards to sidewalk and brick repairs at various locations you can see in the report, along with various locations of asphalt patch repairs done by city crews. Approximately 63 metric tons were laid by internal crews. So just to put that in perspective, that's about 3 large dump truck loads of asphalt that were used for various repairs for sewer and water and road purposes. Storm and drainage repairs were conducted on Mellick Avenue. There was a major culvert crossing Mellick Avenue that was replaced in the fall between 10th and 9th Street. And there was some other locations of asphalt swaling and asphalt patching and whatnot related to storm drainage that was also conducted as part of that work. There was various culverts of various sizes and locations removed and replaced. Again, ditch brushing also occurred prior to the snowfall, and there were some hazard trees removed on various rural road locations as listed in the report. Also in the fourth quarter, obviously there was plowing, sanding, and snow removal on various roads and sidewalks on an ongoing basis. In about mid-November, seasonal night staff came on board, which consists of 4 heavy equipment operators and 3 truck drivers. So they jump on various pieces of equipment, so some of the sidewalk plows, some of the loaders, and some of the dump trucks. And they're primarily focused in on the downtown core to collect snowbanks and whatnot in the downtown core during the off-night periods to better accommodate businesses and whatnot. We're not removing snowbanks during the day. In the fourth quarter, we also received over 9,600 metric tons of winter sand, which was put into our back 40 winter sand building. for a cost of just under just over $245,000 for that specific project. As part of the snow operations, we were lucky compared to last year. We have one contracted grader, which has helped out and supplemented city staff in snow plowing operations. And typically we've hired third-party trucks for our snow hauling operations and snow blowing operations, which typically relates to about 6 hired contracted trucks for that operation. Moving on to water and wastewater. Again, a lot of typical work done during that quarter in regards to repairs of water and sewer main breaks and collapses. One thing that kind of stands out in water distribution, which kind of caught my eye also, is there's 30 water turn off and ons. So typically offs with those people vacating their homes for the winter, snowbirds and whatnot, that physically have their water turned off on the outside of the house. Another stat there is during that period there was 144 Ontario One Call locates. So the city is part of an overall province-wide locating organization under One Call, where anybody who's looking to do any type of excavation or digging into the ground needs to call that service, and that service will send out requests to various utilities, including the city, to locate underground services for any types of underground excavations. One thing I guess that kind of pops out in my mind for the wastewater collection is the grinder pumps. There was 2 grinder pump replacements done during that period, an 18 service call for grinder pump malfunctions or distress to those types of systems. So again, those are that grinder pump scenario has been a bone of contention and discussion for quite some time on how much time and effort and cost is going into those grinder pumps on an ongoing basis throughout the city. We were lucky during that period there was no boil water advisories or precautions for any types of water-related, potable water-related issues. That's kind of the Cole's notes, I guess, on what operations or engineering and infrastructure has been up to for the last quarter of 2022.
Thanks, Marco. Any questions of council? No? Okay. Thank you. Oh, sure.
I just have a comment. I appreciate how thorough this, I don't know why, but I get really excited about this. I like this level of detail, and I just want to, I know it takes time and to collect it and to compile it, so I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Moncrief. I was going to talk about this actually after Stasis, but I'll just jump in. In the last half of the last council, we saw an opportunity to provide these quarterly reports because, you know, if you think about the process you've been through already, you're going to pass your capital budget, pass your operating budget, and then those things don't necessarily come back to council. And so, you know, we would get questions about what's going on with this capital project or what's happening up on this road. And so we created these quarterly reports as a mechanism just to provide you that information. So we'd just appreciate any feedback you have on the reports or on the presentations, if there's something you need more of, if there's something that you need less of. And you know, today you're seeing 3 from our more outward facing departments. So that's just the purpose, and just appreciate any feedback that you have. And thanks, Councillor Moncrief, for sharing that feedback.
Just additional, before, I mean, if Marco's thinking of retiring anytime soon or leaving us, we're going to lose his corporate memory, and I will have a lot of questions going forward about grinder pumps. So any kind of report that you could do on some, because I don't have access to Marco, I would appreciate background on all that, because I have a great deal of questions about such an unsexy top he is.
Can't wait for that.
Okay. Is that any other questions? Thank you, Marco. And moving on to item number 4, community services. 4.1, application to NOHFC, and of course, we know who's going to speak to this. Stacey Gander.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I, Barbara Manson, am declaring an indirect pecuniary interest as it relates to item number 4.1, NOHFC application. It's indirect. My child manages the NOHFC fund.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, the report before you is related to a recommendation whereby Council hereby authorizes administration to write and submit an application to the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund under its Rural Enhancement Funding Stream. This stream is intended to, or targeted projects that provide incremental improvements, repairs, and renovations to improve and extend the useful life of capital assets, including social and recreational facilities, municipal assets, and community halls, which contribute to a healthy and vibrant community. By way of background, Council may have read prior to being on Council some of the history related to the Central Community Club project. This project was initiated actually by the board, whereby they would have done an application to ISIP in 2019, on which they were successful. That application was in the amount of $798,462, of which the city would have been a contributor to the extent of $100,000. Through the RFP process, the cost of that project swelled, largely due to construction costs at the time, and also the fact that the heart pan was determined to be 6 meters beneath the surface of the ground. So there was a lot of reinforcing that needed to go in as part of the project. To get to the magic number of $1.3 million, the city agreed to contribute an additional $370,000. And in addition, the club, the board itself, made a commitment to council that they would raise $153,590. The purpose of this application is when the board originally did its application, the actual footprint of Central Community Club is half of what it's swelled to now. So when we doubled the size of that footprint, with that comes some associated costs related to the groundwork. So when I looked at the original application, I was sort of looking at what it was intended to do. Well, it was intended to build a rink and intended to build a clubhouse, but there was a glaring gap. And when you look at all the costs associated with the project, saw an opportunity there. So it did have a preliminary discussion with representatives of the ministry and feel it's a really good fit. So haven't done the application as yet. We can go up to $100,000 or $500,000 of support through NOHFC. So it's just a matter of building the report, look what our additional costs would be associated with that, and then submitting the phase 1 report. And just for council's benefit, typically what you would do is you would submit your phase 1 report, any costs that you would incur relative to those costs prior to sort of them acknowledging that application would be not funded, they'd been ineligible. So in terms of the frost on the ground and the snow and that sort of thing, we're at a good timing point. So then when it goes to phase 2, so they'll come with deeper due diligence, then anything after that would be considered eligible. So that lines up really well with the timeline of the project. So that's what this report's for. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of council? Thanks, Stacey.
Yeah.
Moving on, 4.2, Seniors Community Grant Application.
Yeah, thank you. So this report, council, is related to a application that would be coming in through the Muse to the Seniors Community Grant. This is a grant that the Muse has been successful in receiving in 2 previous years. The request is for a $10,000 contribution, and what it does is it targets programming at the 2 facilities for 55 plus, so they would either waive fees or provide a significant reduction to gate costs related to the programming going on for that specific target audience.
Councillor Moncrief.
I don't want to get in your way of your committee, but I do want to say that this is a very popular program and very well attended. People appreciate it. So, I mean, it's really the uptake is good. There's no numbers provided, I don't think I can see.
Well, in terms of the volume, no, I don't have
Yeah.
that, but I'm sure Lori has them.
Yeah, but I know it was well attended.
Yeah, it's a very, very successful program. Great for the community.
No other questions of council? Again, thanks, Stace. And I guess are you up again?
I'm up again.
4.3?
Yeah.
Your community services?
Yeah, because it's the Q4 2022 report, so I think Kyle gave a really good introduction in terms of the benefit of these quarterly reports. This will actually be the last one I give for community services, and I've been, leading this department for 4 years, and we've accomplished great things in those 4 years. I'd like to, this is a really good way to see both not only the capital side of the business, but also some operating things that we like to highlight. And I want to acknowledge the amazing work of the staff and also the local contractors that have done a lot of the work here that we're going to be highlighting today. So I'm just going to do a quick page flip here, so bear with me if you don't mind. Central Community Club continues to advance. Actually, if you drive by there in the last week or so, the windows are now in there, and we're expecting the doors in the next week or two. The roof is complete, so basically the building envelope is sealed, which is wonderful, and you can see some photos inside. It's really progressing really well in there, so we're really excited with the progress there. In Q4, we would have done some enhancements as part of our NOHSC baseball funding, where we installed some sod at the rec center at the small ball diamond there. We've done some some soil and seed of some of the other diamonds that were affected negatively by all the water we received this year. And that is a total of a $680,000 enhancement through NOHSC with the city, contributing it's $180,000. So this year you'll really see the benefits of that overall program. Coney Island Boulevard Walk, Coney Island was significantly impacted by the high water this year, so the contractors took it as far as they could, then they had to take a pause on that project and came back to complete it. We brought in a whole bunch of additional capacity there. We've got accessibility dock for people that are in a wheelchair, and now we've dealt with all the transitions. So before, somebody who had limitations, even with a walker, would have to take steps up and steps down and go over sand and that sort of thing. All that's taken away. So somebody can actually come in a wheelchair on a pontoon boat to a reserved handicap spot, go into the green space, and actually get into the water with a Moby mat. So I think that's great what we've done for Coney Island. So I'm very, very happy about that, and great work from the contractor that did that. As a result of the flooding, the Coney Island footbridge was destroyed. So we had to, I think it was in late August, that council passed a resolution to emergency fund this through contingency funding, and we were successful in getting that in before the freeze up. And if anybody who's been over it in terms of the improvement over the previous footbridge, it's quite impressive. We've got some data from the dog park. I've sort of tried to normalize it as best I can. We figure that there's about 150 people using that park on a daily basis. That's exceptional. We have visitors stopping there as part of their, crossing Canada. It's a great place to go socialize. It's a great place to get some exercise for your dog. And I think that we did that whole project for around $85,000. So we took a sliver of land that wasn't being used by the city and we repurposed it, and very successful project. We did a deck at the Discovery Center under the Matt Tack. We've ordered these very large Adirondack chairs. It's sort of a place where kind of like an outdoor photo booth. So they're going to be placed on this deck. So it's just something to highlight another amenity at Discovery Center. Another very successful year with the Lake of the Woods Cemetery and the 3,100 ice candles. That's an aerial view of the ice candles. For anybody that has never gone to the ice candles, at Christmas, it's something that you really need to see to believe it's something else. We completed an LED changeout in the old annex at the Douglas Family Arts Center. We had a boiler fail at the Sportsplex, and it took us a while to get there because of COVID supply chain problems. We got that completely changed out and flushed the entire system. We did some work on repairing the canopy at the water treatment plant, and a number of different projects that are listed below in the facilities and parks area. One thing that's interesting is the Cenotap. It's a spot for graffiti. We found a product actually that you can spray on there and you can kind of wash off the graffiti. So we did that as a trial. It's been very successful, and that's hopefully something that will roll out to other high-use locations. In the tourism space, we did a program called Experience Lake of the Woods. It was a joint venture between Sioux Narrows, Nestor Falls, and Destination Northern Ontario. The city's contribution was $15,000. The city's contribution was $7,500. The overall campaign was $30,000. It was a campaign targeting outdoor activity, and it was targeting the Manitoba market. We used mostly digital and social media to achieve that. Highlighting the fact that we had 103 vendors during our 10 weeks of the Medialski Farmers Market. The beauty of that, and what you see from this point going forward, is a recovery from COVID, where our numbers have popped back up. So you see that not only at the farmers market and the tourism space, but also in the rec space as well. We did the Medialski Winter Market at the Discovery Center, where we had 3 winter markets so far this year. As a follow-up to the session that Josh and I did with local operators, in September at Andy Lake Lodge, some of the tourism staff went to the Destination Northern Ontario Tourism Summit in November just to start talking about strategies in terms of 2023 and what we'd like to roll out going forward, and just some networking and best practices. At the Discovery Center, we did the Indigenous Ingenuity exhibit through Science North. Amazing exhibit. I hope that people had an opportunity to see it, but it was very well attended. We lit the Christmas tree as we normally do, but we also did a very aggressive lighting campaign. So that would have seen not only repairing the electrical pedestals, but also to put street lights or Christmas lights on a lot of the trees on Main and 2nd, and also the larger snowflake exhibits and other things like the roundabout in City Hall, that sort of thing. Discovery Center statistics, you can start to see the pop going from 2021, largely impacted by COVID, back to 2022, where we double the visits there. We completed a very large undertaking, which is the Master Rec and Parks Plan, big project that took, I think, 9 or 10 months to complete. Now going into recreation, again, you start to see how the visits are coming back, and that's wonderful to see. I looked at it prior to this final report, sort of in the August-September timeframe, and everything was trending back, that we were going to get back to the 2019 numbers. So just to remind council, we also did rate increases over a period of time as well. So when you have your rate and you get your volume back, you're actually popping your revenue above what you would have had in 2019. So that reduces the level of subsidy that we would have in any sort of program area. Facility rentals also up. Membership packages also up. And then just turning a little bit further, you can see some of the programming that we've done in the various areas in the rec space. So kudos to Casey and her team for organizing all this. And then finally, some of the campaigns that they would have done in the late fall, just to stimulate activity in the community and make it a more healthy and vibrant community. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of council? Councillor Koch and then Councillor Bernie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Stace, thank you so much for this. It was just such a treat to read such a happy, positive look at all the incredible things the city has done. No doubt thanks to all of our staff under your leadership. I wonder if there's an opportunity to kind of take this kind of report, it's similar to the other types of reports we're receiving like this, and do a bit of public communication. Like, I just feel like these are such positive things And like I think I said previously, no one's going to celebrate us for us, and I think we need to take these opportunities to use this data and this information to put out, maybe it is quarterly in line with these reports, just a real summary of some of the great work that's being done for our city. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Councillor Koch. We'll take that away and figure out how we can best reflect those reports.
Councillor Byrne and then Councillor Van.
Yeah, just quick, Stace. Yeah, this is great. All very, very optimistic. I don't usually hang out at the dog park, but I was babysitting my daughter's dog. And the big issue there, and it's great, it really is, but the people were talking about was there supposed to be a structure with a roof on it? And the posts are there, but the roof's not there. And that seemed to be a topic of great concern amongst all the regular users of the dog park. So is that...
When was this?
This was just like before Christmas.
Yeah, so we removed the canopies because of the snow load.
What was the, okay.
I'm assuming they were saying that the canopy wasn't there, but they want it there?
Yeah.
Yeah, those structures aren't really designed for snow load in the winter. Because
the sunshades.
Yeah, the sunshades. They sag a little bit. It's like a sail, right? So if you start putting, like, if you would have put last year's snow on that sail or that sunshade, it would have torn it.
The conversation was that the posts that didn't fit the shade. That's not true apparently?
I would have to take that back. I've never heard that myself.
So it's just an anecdotal conversation, but because it was November or December when I was there, and the shade wasn't there. The posts were there.
Yeah.
The conversation was that the posts were the wrong size for the shade or something to that effect. But
that's the first I've heard of it. We've done I think 4 shades in the last 2 years. I'm assuming that we would have used a cookie cutter, quite frankly. But even if the shade is not the right size, we source that out of Winkler. It's a much reduced cost, and it would be no problem for us to resource one if it isn't the right fit.
And they were just removed because of the snow load.
Yes.
Fine, thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Van Bellingham and then Councillor Moncur. Did you have your hand?
I did.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Director Ganner, for this incredibly detailed report, and everyone for all of their incredibly detailed reports. I echo everyone's points. I think maybe piggybacking onto what Councillor Koch said about celebrating our own, I forget the phrase now, but what you said. Thank you.
We can't even say it.
Sorry. It is. I've only had 3 snacks today. But I was wondering if maybe this is tied into the overall communication audit that we're doing, but like a normalization of marketing amongst departments, like how things that come from the rec center, how things come from the library, how things come from the meetings. You can tell it's sort of individuals at each of these entities that are doing it, and there's not sort of a city of Kenora branding felt amongst them, and I thought maybe there's an opportunity to maybe normalize that and normalize communication streams throughout all of these things that are the city.
Councillor Munger.
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate the detail, and where there are numbers, I love them, and if all the staff could be directed to keep some numbers, put some numbers on usage in there, that would be, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Having worked in parks for many years, I commend everything you've done, Stace. I think it's great. I did go to the cemetery for Christmas and cry every year, and the dog park I use on a regular basis, so thank you for what you've been doing.
Great work of staff.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. And Marco, just so you're not left out, I was very excited about your report too. Pavement and
no offense taken.
Sidewalks. I get excited about those things.
At least someone does.
You had us.
Yes.
You had us at hog fuel.
Anyhow, if there's no other questions, thanks again, Stacey.
Yeah, thank you.
Moving on to item number 5, development services. 5.1, request for a declaration of surplus land, Superior Street.
That's Stace.
Yeah, I'll speak to that, thank you. So, Council, this recommendation is related to the sale of some surplus land that was identified by city staff. The request is that council hereby authorize the mayor and clerk to authorize a purchase and sale agreement between the corporation of the city of Kenora and Angela Brett and Kyle Hawks for the sale of the identified lands in the amount of $25,000. Council will recall that there was actually a request put forward by these folks in Kuwaitan to purchase this land as the adjoining property to theirs. Under the deeming bylaw, we would effectively merge those two lots and they would become eligible, they would not become eligible for subdivision at some later date. We did do an internal circulation, there was no comments related to that, and also there were 2 letters of support from neighbors in the area supporting that. We did do a independent appraisal for that, and that came in at $55,000. The applicants did offer $25,000, which we felt was a fair and reasonable offer, given their unique need that they are the adjoining property. So happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Councillor Chase, did you have a question?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. So this will come forward to with a resolution for our next council meeting on the 15th. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on the agenda under other. So our next committee of the whole meeting, regular or scheduled one, is Wednesday, March 8th, 2023. And right at this point in time, I would call for resolution, that would be number 2, I believe. Yeah.
I have a resolution. Before we do this, though, I'd like to just make a comment thanking the 7 people that have texted me during the meeting about the glasses. Although 2 of them were family members that were teasing me. One of them actually provided a discreet brochure about how to access the services of the women's shelter. So I thought it was important that I bring up that my glasses are broken and these are prescription glasses, and that's why I'm wearing them, because I can't see without them. So. Resolution number 2, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Bellingham, that pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act as amended, authorization is hereby given for a committee to move into a closed session at 12:35 p.m. to discuss items pertaining to the following: education and training members of council, 3 matters, fire essentials for municipal leaders training, member or of provincial parliament Greg Rickford to give an update, and a labor relations 1 matter regarding realignment overview presentations. So moved.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Poirier, we're back in open session.
Okay, thank you. So we're back in open session, and just, it's nice to report that we don't have any actions or reports or direction coming out of in camera, and I would call for the recommendation to adjourn.
So we're adjourned at 4:27.
Oh, okay. Didn't even have to read it.
Thank you.